اوكي سمعت بيكون هني
يثبت فصل منو
لا يطيح لا ترى اذا دشته لا تحت فيه هنا يعني اي لا يدش داخل
لا يدش داخل اي هلو
اوكي
اي هلو
شوفها ان شاء الله بس اذا طاح ما بيطيح لانه لا
اذا ما حد المسا ما بيطيح
اي ثنائي
اذا ما حد المسا ما بيطيح
اوكي
اكو 7 دقائق عندك بصراحه
زين اسمع
technician there will be listening.
Okay.
It's just difficult.
محمد مطبعي
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the continuation of the general debate. I'm Tom Tavares Finson, the President of the Senate of Jamaica, and it is an honor to chair this afternoon's session. We start with the Honorable Representative of Namibia, and that will be followed by the representative of Bahrain. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of IPU, Mr. President, Honorable Speakers of Parliament, Members of Parliament, all delegates. It is my distinguished honor to address this august House on this important discussion as we take stock of what we collectively have accomplished in setting limits on warfare to protect civilians, 76 years since the adoption of the Geneva Conventions. It's only befitting that this discussion is taking place in Geneva, the birthplace of the visionary Henry Dunant, the founding father of international humanitarian law. May we continue to be inspired and guided by his humanitarian spirit. Namibia's historical experience, shaped by a prolonged liberation struggle, informs our understanding of the long-term implications of armed conflict and the necessity of maintaining humanitarian standards in all circumstances. Since attaining independence in 1990, Namibia has ratified key instruments of international humanitarian law, including the Geneva Convention of 1949 and their additional protocols. These commitments are reflected in our domestic legal framework, notably the Geneva Conventions Act 15 of 2003. Namibia is also a party to the Convention on the Prohibition of Anti-Personnel Mines, the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. These instruments guide our national policies and legislative efforts aimed at protecting civilians and ensuring accountability for violations. Parliaments serve as essential instruments in the implementation of international humanitarian law. In Namibia, the National Assembly has enacted legislation to safeguard the rights of refugees, criminalize war crimes, and reinforce mechanisms for legal accountability. This discussion is taking place at a time when global politics is marred by raging military conflicts and increasing attacks on multilateralism. More than 100 military conflicts are said to be ongoing worldwide, causing immense destruction and suffering to millions of civilian populations. Given this backdrop, the Geneva Conventions are more relevant today than they did a couple of decades ago, since 1949. They are living instruments that remain relevant and effective in preserving our shared humanity to protect victims of war, amongst others. Unfortunately, these treaties cannot respect and implement themselves. They need us acting in our individual capacity and as collective international community to give effect to their provisions. That being said, violations against the Geneva Conventions and the international humanitarian law in general are not symptomatic of their ineffectiveness. Instead, it's a reflection of our collective insufficiency to ensure their respective and effective implementation. One of the greatest threats to the effectiveness of the Geneva Conventions is the flagrant disrespect and disregard for international law and international humanitarian law, particularly by some of the most influential members of the UN. We are witnessing with concern a shift from commitment to multilateralism to unilateralism, mainly in pursuit of interests of individual nations. A good case in point is the Gaza crisis, where international humanitarian organizations could not deliver life-saving aid, including medicine, food, and water to the people of Gaza, not because of the ineffectiveness of international humanitarian law, but because aid was deliberately blocked from entering Gaza, a blatant violation of the principles of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Furthermore, economic sanctions and embargoes on nations such as Cuba and Venezuela restrict access to essential services, disrupt development efforts, and jeopardize the basic livelihoods of affected populations. It is for this reason that we have been demanding for the reform of the current multilateral system to make it more responsive to current and future challenges facing humanity. The International Court of Justice has confirmed that all states have legal obligations under international law in respect of climate change and climate-related crises and environmental threats, which also threaten human security. There is a need for the international community to deliver on their obligations under the Paris Agreement. There is a need for states to align their activities according to the preventative principle and to observe the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Moreover, the Fourth Geneva Convention provides for the protection of women and children against any form of indecent assault. Regrettably, sexual violence against women and girls during armed conflict is rampant, making it one of the top challenges to the full implementation of the Geneva Conventions. This regrettable trend accentuates the urgent need for political will to uphold the Geneva Conventions to relieve the plight of women and children, in particular during armed conflicts. The surge in sexual violence has to a large extent been enabled by growing impunity enjoyed by perpetrators of such violations. Therefore, we have the collective duty to fight against impunity and hold perpetrators accountable for their actions. I wish to conclude by urging all states to recommit to upholding the principles of Geneva Conventions and call upon those states with influence to leverage their influence to prevent and put an end to violation of international humanitarian law in conflict areas. The Geneva Conventions and related instruments remain fundamental to the international humanitarian legal framework. It's incumbent upon parliaments to uphold these standards through legislative action, policy oversight, and international cooperation. Namibia reiterates its support for initiatives such as the International Red Cross Global Initiative and the UN Secretary General's Campaign for Humanitarian Disarmament. We firmly believe that the only viable option to maintaining global peace and security is through peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with the Charter of the UN. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Representative from Namibia, the representative of Bahrain, followed by the representative of Equatorial Guinea. Bahrain, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة السيدة جابريلا مراد.
On behalf of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Vice President, President of the 151st IPU Assembly, Your Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments and Heads of Delegation, may the peace of God be with you. I'm very honored to address you at this august assembly, focusing on a very important theme concerning upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. Our discussion is taking place at a very sensitive time. More than 120 million people in the world are suffering the impact of conflict, famine, the denial of their rights, according to the ICRC's reports. There are more than 120 ongoing conflicts in today's world. And so this is a call not only to parliamentarians that needs to be heard loud and clear, but it needs to be a call on our common humanity. Respect for humanitarian law is a legal and moral imperative. We need to go beyond all of our political and societal divisions. As parliamentarians, we have a role not only in developing and adopting laws, but in supporting any humanitarian action to try to protect humanity. Those humanitarian principles need to be at the heart of our action. And in a spirit of parliamentary diplomacy, we call for a collective strengthening of our humanitarian effort by the adoption of high-level initiatives. We support initiatives taken by the IPU that we hope will promote a better exchange of experiences and indeed best practices among stakeholders. And we sincerely hope that those initiatives will play a key role in helping humanitarian relief get through to the people who really need it without any form of discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Bahrain, under His Majesty, King Ahmed bin Isa, is following the recent developments very carefully with our leaders. The Kingdom of Bahrain has adopted a policy based on humanitarian solidarity and with respect for the principles of international humanitarian law. We support all efforts designed to achieve peace, conflict resolution, and the protection of civilians all over the world. And we've seen this in various initiatives and programs adopted by His Majesty the King. Various initiatives concerning, for instance, the protection of young people and the empowerment of youth. We have more than 85 development projects all over the world, in different countries, in cooperation with local authorities. And these programs address issues such as strengthening healthcare centers and schools. And Bahrain is convinced that human dignity knows no borders and mustn't be threatened. And on the basis of that conviction, we support all efforts designed to achieve a sustainable global peace. Peace is a very noble humanitarian value, and it's the very cornerstone of development and well-being of all peoples. And we always want to see compromise between parties, coexistence among peoples. And indeed, those are the principles that guide our policy at national level. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has finally seen an end to the attacks in Gaza after 2 years that have seen the loss of countless lives, unbearable destruction. And we call for an implementation of a ceasefire and the achievement of a sustainable peace in the Middle East based on the two-state solution, which will ensure that Palestinians are entitled to enjoy their basic rights. We sincerely hope that the region sees peace, stability, and sustainable development. And we welcome all of the efforts of the Palestinian people, the young people, the elderly. We pay tribute to their courageous efforts that have now seen many countries around the world recognizing the state of Palestine. And once again, could I pay tribute to the courage of the Palestinian people and their fight for freedom in order to enjoy their human rights. And we support the IPU statement on the humanitarian catastrophe in the Gaza Strip, which was a call on the conscience of the international community. And we also support the IPU statement condemning the Israeli attack on the state of Qatar. Any such attack on sovereignty and territorial integrity needs to be condemned. So we are faced with many challenges, and in order to rise to those challenges, we need to see more solidarity and determination to protect humanity. And we need to play a more effective role in raising our voice loud and clear on these issues. Thank you.
Representative of Bahrain, the representative of Equatorial Guinea, followed by the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Equatorial Guinea, you have the floor.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the delegation of the Parliament of Equatorial Guinea, I'm very pleased to take the floor to share our view on the topic of the general debate for this occasion, entitled adopting a multi-sectoral approach to promoting humanitarian issues. As we've seen in many places around the world, today's wars and conflicts are having serious humanitarian consequences for peoples, ranging from loss of life, mass displacement, famine, poverty, the destruction of essential infrastructure, and, generally speaking, human rights abuses. And in this situation, we believe that parliaments should adopt multi-sectoral approaches to address humanitarian issues through parliamentary diplomacy, through adopting laws that address the causes of humanitarian crises, or, where appropriate, help to alleviate the harmful effects on victims, as well as, of course, guaranteeing the necessary funding for such efforts. And that can be done by adopting the budgets earmarked for these causes. Parliaments can also play their traditional role in governmental oversight, ensuring compliance with international law. And they need to engage civil society stakeholders and communities in oversight of humanitarian policy. The Parliament of Equatorial Guinea attaches considerable importance to humanitarian issues, which are enshrined in international humanitarian law. In fact, for many years now, we have been promoting the implementation and enforcement of humanitarian law. Since the freedom coup of the 3rd of August 1979, led by His Excellency Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, President of the Republic, Head of State and Government of Equatorial Guinea, and approving the current constitution, Article 8 of which makes it clear that Equatorial Guinea respects the principles of international law and reiterates its compliance with the rights and obligations of the charters of international organizations and international bodies to which we have acceded or ratified. In fact, we've ratified many international conventions regulating humanitarian affairs. Now, from the point of view of relations with the people we represent, our Parliament carries out numerous activities to raise awareness among the population in different areas of the country as to the need to show solidarity and empathy towards people fleeing conflicts or humanitarian crises. Finally, during our annual budget discussions, we always approve the state budget, which includes specific budgets earmarked for international cooperation programs, including the delivery of humanitarian aid. So in short, we believe that these types of things can be the basis for adopting multi-sectoral approaches to parliamentary support for humanitarian action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Democratic Republic of the Congo. Thank you very much, Equatorial Guinea.
Madam Vice President of the IPU, IPU Secretary General, Speakers of Parliament, and dear colleagues, fellow parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation of the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo, I extend warm greetings on behalf of the Congolese people and His Excellency Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, President of the Republic and Head of State. I also wish to express our thanks for this opportunity to address a vital issue for our peoples, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. This theme is timely as we need to see a greater solidarity around the world and respect for basic human rights as we see a difficulty in protecting human dignity, in particular in Africa, where institutional instability, the presence of armies and geopolitical tensions, natural disasters and the lack of international response are persistent problems. It's particularly important for my country. For more than 3 decades now, we've been confronted with recurrent crises, armed conflicts which persist, repeated violations of fundamental rights, the mass displacement of populations, and various forms of violence perpetrated against civilians, in particular women and young girls. Currently, 310 million people require humanitarian assistance around the world, and about 21 million live in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we need to see is the restoration of peace around the world, and the Democratic Republic of Congo has seen a number of initiatives to try to respond to the security crisis and bring back peace and the serious consequences in the east of the country, including the Luanda, Nairobi, Washington and Doha processes, for which the Congolese Parliament seeks the continued support of the IPU. In that context, our Parliament welcomes the visit of good officers of Mr. Martin Chungong, the IPU Secretary General, on the 11th of October this year in the DRC and in Rwanda, in the context of parliamentary diplomacy. And we encourage that type of initiative, which is perfectly within the remit of the IPU's mission to achieve peace. The Democratic Republic of Congo remains committed to peace. And our President of the Republic also seeks that objective to try to overcome all of the barriers to peace, calling on a display of responsibility on the part of all stakeholders, the M23, other actors in the country. We need to see the withdrawal of uninvited troops and the cessation of hostilities in accordance with the process underway in a positive spirit. Of course, we all know that the restoration of peace would also help families separated by the humanitarian crisis to come back together again. It would help the elected representatives in the occupied regions to go back to their former homes. Allow me to say something about the efforts that my country is also making to honor its commitments to respect humanitarian law. My country has ratified the main international instruments relating to IHL, including the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols, as well as other similar conventions. And the relative laws and regulations have been adopted in order to reflect those commitments as we try to organize our humanitarian assistance efforts. We have a National Reparations Fund for the victims of sexual violence in conflict, which is an agency that has been set up to try to deal with humanitarian coordination between governmental actors and international organizations. We also have a national fund for managing humanitarian disasters. And extra laws are being drawn up, including for the ratification of the Kampala Convention for the protection of displaced persons, because, of course, those people are in very challenging situations. The Democratic Republic of Congo also has welcomed many displaced populations as a result of climate change and other crises in the sub-region. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure effective implementation of humanitarian norms, we need to have a coherent approach. We need to put an end to double standards by attaching the same importance to all situations wherever they may arise. The value of human life is universal. A displaced child from Bukavu, Kiev, Gaza, or Aleppo is a displaced child, and they all deserve a satisfactory response. Human dignity must be protected at all times and in all circumstances. And as a member of the IPU, we have a duty to express our commitment to human rights and justice, recognizing the need to adapt responses to individual human rights abuse situations. And that's why I request the continued support of IPU for advocacy to finally recognize the Congolese genocide for economic reasons, the Genocost, and the efforts for transitional justice, which deserve our attention. And to conclude, I'd like to say that the Democratic Republic of Congo supports the positions of the African geopolitical group, and we hope that the 151st IPU Assembly is a decisive turning point in order to build stronger humanitarian action based on humanitarian norms all over the world. History expects a great deal from us, and our peoples will judge us on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bosnia-Herzegovina, followed by the Arab Parliament. Thank you very much. Bosnia-Herzegovina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address you today on behalf of Bosnia and Herzegovina on one of the most important issues of our time, the preservation of humanitarian norms and the support for humanitarian action in times of crisis. We live in an era when the number of armed conflicts worldwide has reached its highest level since the Second World War. According to United Nations data, more than 120 conflicts are currently active, including 37 high-intensity wars. Over 122 million people have been forcibly displaced, while more than 300 million people around the world are in need of humanitarian assistance, 60% of whom are women and girls. The World Food Programme reports that over 780 million people suffer from chronic undernourishment, and that one child dies every 10 seconds from hunger or preventable diseases. We welcome ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Yet we must not forget that more than 20,000 children and over 65,000 civilians have been killed there. Nearly 2 million people have been forcibly displaced within a very limited area, creating one of the most severe humanitarian crises in the past 80 years. In fact, we are witnessing a time when the law of the strongest is once again returning to the international stage, and history teaches us that this always brings huge suffering to those who are weaker and deprived of their rights. Unfortunately, at the time when the global humanitarian needs are at their highest in modern history, the international humanitarian system itself is facing a profound crisis. Overall funding for humanitarian assistance has decreased by more than 20% in the past 2 years, while the need have increased by nearly 40% annually for the reasons already mentioned. Geopolitical divisions, rising nationalism, and ongoing conflict are undermining the very foundations of international cooperation. We in Bosnia and Herzegovina understand this reality all too well, for we experienced it more than 30 years ago, and we know the consequences of failing to uphold international law. We know what it means when the world remains silent and passively watches the killing of civilians and the destruction of the cities. Because, as history reminds us, all that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Therefore, we must strive to make this world a better place, not through lofty words or diplomatic phrases, but through concrete and continuous action. In this context, since the IPU represents a kind of the global parliament, a key question arises: what can we as parliaments actually do? I see parliaments as a democratic corrective of the international order, as the bridge between international obligations and national responsibility. With this in mind, I would like to propose 4 concrete steps that we, through our parliaments, can take. First, to ensure that international humanitarian law is fully incorporated into national legislation. Second, to demand accountability from our governments for the observance of the Geneva Conventions. Third, to support the financing of humanitarian and development programs worldwide. And finally, to strengthen civil society and promote a culture of peace, dialogue, and tolerance. Therefore, I can open all for us to strengthen trust in institutions, to use parliamentary diplomacy as a tool for building bridges, and to uphold the principles of international humanitarian law, because by defending them, we are defending the very values of civilization, human rights, and solidarity. If we lose the ability to protect the vulnerable and the oppressed, we will lose the moral right to call ourselves a civilization. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful continuation of this general debate.
Thank you very much. The Arab Parliament, followed by the representative of Thailand. Arab Parliament.
Bismillah.
In the name of God, the most merciful, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. I'm honored to take the floor today on behalf of the Arab Parliament during this very important meeting that tackles a very important thematic, particularly in light of the current situation prevailing in the world today, characterized by conflicts and humanitarian catastrophes. These crises represent a real test for the values of international humanitarian law. IHL was put in place to protect the individuals in times of armed conflicts. However, in recent years, it is being blatantly violated as a result of the lack of respect of IHL in conflict areas and as a result of impunity. There's no need to repeat what we have witnessed in Gaza over the past 2 years. This has been a an example of the deterioration and the violation of IHL. Today, more than 2 million individuals in the Gaza Strip live in inhumane conditions that require an immediate intervention and immediate assistance by the international community in order to provide the necessary humanitarian assistance, support reconstruction efforts. Therefore, and from this forum, I would like to honestly call upon all the countries that have stopped funding UNRWA to resume their funding immediately, given the importance of the role of this agency, which is a main pillar in providing humanitarian, educational, and health services for more than 2 million Palestinians. I also call upon all the countries of the world and regional and international organizations, as well as financial institutions, to support the Arab Plan for the reconstruction of Gaza. This plan is a comprehensive vision to rebuild what was destroyed during the war and allow a dignified life for the Palestinian people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the IPU is the most important parliamentary institution in the world that represents all the peoples of the world. Given the legacy and the history of this organization, it is capable of mobilizing parliamentarians all over the world, and therefore we call on the IPU to play a pivotal role with regards to the political and humanitarian situation in Gaza. We call on the IPU to not remain silent vis-à-vis what is happening in this region. We call upon the IPU to become once again an international forum that expresses the wills of the peoples of the world and stands with the rights of the people. On this basis, and on behalf of the Arab Parliament, I call for the creation of a task force comprised of parliamentarians within the IPU that will deal with the following issues. One, support the efforts to maintain the ceasefire in Gaza and support the efforts to respect the peace plan, particularly after the ceasefire had been violated more than once by the occupying force. Second, support the Arab peace plans for the reconstruction of Gaza and mobilize international support for the conference that is scheduled to take place in Cairo. Third, provide regular and periodic reports to the IPU regarding the progress achieved in this regard. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recent developments and the genocide perpetrated in the Gaza Strip over the past 2 years have proven without any shadow of a doubt that the stability of the region and the world is closely linked to ending the occupation and to the creation of an independent Palestinian state that is sovereign along the line of 4 June 1967 with East Jerusalem as a capital. This is a truth that must be acknowledged by all. This must be our utmost priority that we must all work to achieve. We must use the international momentum in order to reactivate the peace process, a comprehensive peace process that would lead to the creation of an independent Palestinian state and put an end once and for all to this humanitarian catastrophe that has been ongoing for more than 7 decades. Thank you for your attention. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you.
Thank you very much. Thailand, followed by the
Madam President, distinguished members of Parliament. On behalf of the National Assembly of the Kingdom of Thailand, I wish to commend the Inter-parliamentary Union for convening this important debate at such a critical juncture in our world. A world confronting escalating crises marked by violence, conflict, and complex challenges that no single nation can address alone. Distinguished delegates, in the past year alone, there have been over 120 armed conflicts across the globe, resulting in 122 million displaced persons and more than 310 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. Women and girls have been disproportionately affected by gender inequality, including preventable maternal deaths and food security. These alarming figures are a stark reminder of our collective duty to strengthen multilateralism and to uphold international humanitarian law. The IPU's choice of this year's theme, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, is therefore both timely and relevant, particularly in light of the situation currently faced by Thailand, where Thai hospitals, schools, and civilian communities have come under attack, tragically causing the loss of innocent lives, including children. Madam President, distinguished members, Thailand firmly upholds the principles of international humanitarian law and faithfully observes our obligations under more than a dozen international treaties and conventions, including the 1949 Geneva Conventions, the Ottawa Convention on the Prohibition of Anti-Personnel Mines, the Conventions on Chemical and Biological Weapons, as well as the UNESCO instruments for the protection of cultural heritage during armed conflict. These are not merely legal obligations, but rather a shared moral commitment of humankind to safeguard the innocent and to advance peace and humanity. Madam President, I reaffirm distinguished colleagues, I shall refrain from disrupting the friendly atmosphere among IPU member parliaments by using this assembly, a forum of the legislative branch, to elaborate or to respond to specific issues concerning situation of international conflict, because its all relevant facts speak for themselves. Thailand remains committed to preserve the long-standing spirit of friendship and mutual respect among IPU. I wish to express appreciation to all parties who have worked towards the de-escalation of tensions between Thailand and Cambodia. Violence brings no benefit to our peoples, only suffering, loss, and deep scars that endure across generations. We must instead turn towards reconciliation. Thai Parliament reaffirmed its steadfast adherence to the principles of United Nations, international law, international humanitarian law, and the principles of ASEAN. Thailand continues to support peaceful and bilateral means in resolving disputes and has no desire to become an adversary to any side. We firmly believe that the IPU, as a union of parliaments representing the peoples of the world, provides a constructive platform for dialogue, trust building, and lasting solutions that serves the interest of our citizens. Thai National Assembly welcomes the outcome of the recent General Border Committee, or GBC, meeting, which the ceasefire and the incursion into the sovereignty of both countries. This further welcomes the withdrawal of heavy weapons from the disputed area, the joint demining efforts, and the measures to address cross-border scam operations. Thailand is deeply concerned about violation of the ceasefire agreement and incursions into Thai sovereign territory, which may create misunderstanding regarding the actual boundaries. We also oppose the militarization of World Heritage Sites, which violates UNESCO rules and threatens both peace and shared cultural heritage. Equally alarming are actions involving the use of human shields, including women and children, in border incursions. Distinguished delegates, in addition, the growing menace of call center and online scamming syndicates has caused immense harm to people across our region and around the world. Thailand has therefore submitted a draft resolution on strengthening the role of parliaments in combating transnational cybercrime while upholding humanitarian principles. I humbly urge all member parliaments to support this draft resolution for the benefit of our peoples everywhere. I also wish to express appreciation in advance to the ASEAN Plus 3 group, the Asia-Pacific Geopolitical Group, and all regional parliamentary groups for their valuable support for Thailand's proposed emergency item. We sincerely hope that all members of parliament will vote in favor of this initiative, which addresses a global concern and calls for the stronger parliamentary cooperation in mitigating such crimes. As President of the National Assembly of Peace-Loving Nation, I emphasize that parliaments play a vital role in reinforcing multilateralism, promoting cooperation, transforming humanitarian principles into national laws. In conclusion, Thailand stands ready to work hand in hand with all parliaments worldwide to safeguard humanitarian norms, strengthen humanitarian action in times of crisis, and build enduring bridges of peace for all humankind. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative of Thailand. The representative of Senegal, followed by the representative of Paraguay. Senegal, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Greetings, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliaments, delegates, distinguished guests. The theme of our general debate on upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis is all too topical and universally so. It is indeed the case that our world is undergoing unprecedented turbulence. Over 100 armed conflicts are disrupting entire regions, leading to massive displacement, food crises, health emergencies, and human tragedies that no one could turn a blind eye to. We have problems of the fratricidal war in Palestine, where the people are undergoing an unforgettable humanitarian crisis. And we also have the Ukrainian war, which is having effects on peace, food security, and the world economy. The principles of IHL are being sorely tested everywhere. This suffering demonstrates that we can neither postpone nor fragment peace. We must all recall our collective obligation to protect human life. We must ensure that there is proportionality in conflicts. We must also protect civilians and ensure that there is no obstruction to humanitarian aid. Humanity's moral conscience is being called upon. We must ensure that there is respect for IHL, which is the cornerstone of human dignity in times of war. Senegal is faithful to its humanist diplomatic past, and we would urge that we all work together in order to ensure that there is political commitment to rally to humanitarian norms. This is a moral imperative. It is also a vital condition for any stability and lasting peace. Parliaments, above all, are the voices of people. Parliaments embody democracy, transparency, and democracy. We are in a world where multilateralism is being undermined by nationalism and geopolitical fractures. In such a world, we must ensure that parliaments speak out for international cooperation and ethical commitment to humanitarian law. We in Senegal, in our assembly, are ensuring that international humanitarian conventions are embodied in national law. We also have oversight of our government's activities in the area of humanitarianism, and we guarantee that there is budget available to look after vulnerable and displaced people. However, strengthening parliamentarian diplomacy is an effort made for peace and security. This is part of our long-standing commitment to peace, and this requires a constant, active work when it comes to helping the United Nations, the African Union, and ECOWAS when it comes to peacekeeping operations. World peacekeeping is currently undergoing a twofold crisis. There's an exponential growth in needs, whereas resources are dwindling, and that is threatening millions of people. Given this situation, parliaments have a decisive role to play. They must ensure there is funding for humanitarian work despite the economic constraints we face. We must ensure that humanitarian workers are protected despite threats that they face. And we must ensure that there is a consistency between development policy as well as policies for human rights and security and development. That is why we have adopted new laws on transparency, ethical governance, and the fight against corruption. This is a way of guaranteeing that public aid does come to the help of those who are vulnerable, and that we have concrete national plans in these areas. We must also bear in mind the other issues that we face. Climate change, for instance, social inequality, the marginalization of the youth and women, or the technical divide. We need to have a concerted approach to all of these things in order to ensure that environmental protection, human rights, and development all work together. We must bear in mind the need for in-crisis prevention. We must bring an end to wars and promote a culture of peace, and that is the only way we'll be able to work towards our shared goals. Because we cannot hope that humanitarian aid will replace peace and negotiated settlements. That is why we would like to have a humanitarian policy that is inclusive and takes the needs of women, children, and displaced people into account. We have to listen local people and communities when it comes to crisis management. And we also need to ensure that there is synergy between humanitarian work and development work, this in keeping with Agenda 2030 and the African Agenda for 2063. We must ensure that we play a role in the defense of human values, solidarity, cooperation, and responsibility, all of them shared. Our assemblies need to speak with one voice and ensure that humanitarian law is respected where it is flouted. We must encourage states to honor their commitments. We also need to ensure that cooperation is not an option. It is an ethical obligation. Through the IPU, I would urge us to all ensure that we give new impetus to multilateralism that is based on respect, listening, dialogue, and justice. This 151st Assembly must give us the opportunity to reassert our belief in our faith in the Geneva Conventions. We must heed the needs of humanity. The Geneva Conventions are not old documents. They are the embodiment of the needs of civilization. Every parliament, every parliamentarian, every citizen has a role to play in order to ensure that human dignity is never a privilege. It is an inalienable right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative of Senegal, the representative of Paraguay, followed by the representative of Bhutan.
Madame le Président, dear, I come from Paraguay, a land of principles and values that cherish life, freedom, and sovereignty above everything else. We support multilateralism and understand its importance as an instrument to solve the problems of the mankind, but it can never be above the sovereignty, identity, and culture of our nations. Our Constitution protects and defends life from the very moment of conception. An undeniable biological truth that there is what the new life begins. Our Constitution, we have also renounced war of conquest through it, affirming power, enduring commitment to peace, human dignity, and the sanctity of life. But there cannot be peace where hunger prevails. As a nation, a little over 6 million people, we produce food for more than 100 million people worldwide, playing an important role in the fight against hunger in the world. We do it through a sustainable production model that allows us to still have more than 40% of our territory still covered by forest. In the 19th century, our nation endured a war of annihilation waged by 3 of our neighboring countries, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. It claimed the lives of over 90% of our male population, stripped us about 60% of our territory, and left us homeland as an open grave. Yet from those ashes, it was the Paraguayan women whom Pope Francis so rightly called the most glorious women of America, who rose to rebuild our nation with courage, faith, and an unbreakable spirit. Only those who have seen the true face of war can fully understand its consequences. That's why we, as a country that has renounced to the war of conquest by our Constitution, will always advocate for peace all around the world. We celebrate the peace agreement signed in Egypt, marking the end of the war in Gaza, a historic moment in which Paraguay proudly represented Latin America through our President Santiago Peña. We share in the profound joy of the families of the nations of Israel. Upon the release of all surviving hostages, a moment of relief, hope, and renewed faith in the power of peace. Mazel tov. It is the duty of the multilateral organization to oversee the implementation of this agreement and to safeguard peace in the Middle East. At the same time, we continue to face the challenge of achieving a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and we must remain vigilant regarding the rising tensions in the Taiwan Strait. The challenges of multilateralism cannot be overcome by isolation or exclusion. They can only be resolved through more multilateralism. Every nation, every people must be heard. We can no longer accept exceptions to that principle. The 23 million men and women of Taiwan deserve a voice within the Inter-parliamentary Union, a voice that speaks not only for themselves, but for the very ideals of democracy and inclusion that this institution was founded to defend. We will continue to stand as steadfast advocates for peace in the Middle East, in Europe, in Asia, and across the entire world. You can count on Paraguay to remain committed to this monumental task, guided by faith, conviction, and an unwavering belief in humanity's shared destiny. In the words of our native tongue, Awije. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Paraguay. The representative of Bhutan, followed by the representative of South Africa.
Honorable President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzuzangbola. It is a distinct honor to address this 151st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union. At the onset, I bring to you the warm greetings and best wishes of His Majesty the King, the people, and the Parliament of Bhutan to this distinguished gathering. It is a privilege to stand among colleagues united by our shared commitment to peace, justice, and sustainable development through parliamentary actions. Allow me to express our deep appreciation to the IPU for convening this vital forum, a space that continues to serve as a beacon of dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity among parliaments worldwide. Excellencies, the theme of this year's Assembly, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting the humanitarian actions in times of crisis, is both timely and profound. Our world faces mounting challenges, conflict, displacement, climate shocks, and humanitarian emergencies that test not only the resilience of the nations, but the compassion of humanity itself. This theme reminds us as legislators that our responsibility goes beyond reactive measures. We must embed humanitarian values into our laws, policies, and institutions, ensuring that human dignity remains at the heart of governance. In Bhutan, this principle is deeply enshrined in the Constitution and in our unique development philosophy of gross national happiness, GNH. Our Constitution guarantees the protection of human dignity, equitable development, and the right to a safe and healthy environment, while mandating the state to conserve natural resources for future generations. GNH complements this by placing well-being, compassion, and equity at the core of national policy, making humanitarian principles not merely aspirations, but a way of governance. Excellencies, guided by these values and under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty the King, Bhutan has sought to translate principles into practice through several transformative initiatives. Foremost among them is the Desung Volunteer Program, or Guardian of Peace, a novel initiative of His Majesty the King that has become the backbone of Bhutan's humanitarian response. Desung volunteers stands on the front line for the forest fires, flood, and the community services across the nation, embodying courage, discipline, and selfless services. Building on this spirit, the Gelsung National Service, launched in 2024, prepares our youth for civic duty and humanitarian engagement. More than a national service, Gelsung is a visionary investment in our youth, equipping them with the discipline, skills, and compassion to lead their communities in times of crisis. Most recently, His Majesty launched Pelsung, the Guardian of Prosperity, a historic initiative to strengthen Bhutan's long-term security, resilience, and preparedness for emerging global challenges. Together, these initiatives nurture a culture of service, resilience, and moral strength deeply rooted in our national identity. Excellencies, Bhutan's humanitarian commitment is also reflected in our visionary development projects. Foremost among them is the Gilifu Mindfulness City, a novel initiative of His Majesty the King. This transformative project seeks to harmonize ecology, economy, and spirituality, demonstrating that modern development can flourish in balance with nature and human well-being. Gilifu aspires to be a global model of mindful and sustainable development. At the same time, Bhutan continues to strengthen community-based disaster preparedness and climate resilience. As one of the few carbon-neutral nations in the world, we have long prioritized forest conservation, watershed management, and disaster risk reduction, protecting both people and the planet. We also continue to invest in education, health, and social protection, ensuring that no one is left behind. Free basic education, universal health care, and targeted support for women, children, and rural communities remain central to our humanitarian and developmental visions. Excellencies, for Bhutan, peace and humanitarianism are inseparable. Next month, from the 4th to 19th of November, Bhutan will host global peace prayer festivals, bringing together faith leaders and citizens from across the world in a collective call for reconciliation, understanding, and compassion. For us, peace is not merely the absence of conflict, it is the presence of harmony, trust, and cooperation. We warmly welcome all of you to join us in this novel journey, our shared aspirations for peace, compassion, and mutual respect among all people. Honorable delegates, parliaments everywhere carry a profound responsibility to uphold humanitarian norms through legislation, policy, and oversight. This responsibility goes beyond enacting laws. It calls upon to us to protect the vulnerable, to strengthen a preparedness and response system, to mobilize resources for relief, and to foster civic participation so that communities themselves become agents of resilience. Bhutan stands ready to work closely with the IPU and international partners to strengthen humanitarian frameworks and advance decisive, compassionate actions in times of crisis. Finally, let us remember, parliamentary action is not only about enacting laws, it is about ensuring that those laws uplift, protect, and empower the people we serve. It is about fostering trust in our institutions. It is, at the same time, may this 151st IPU Assembly renew our commitment to building a world where every individual, regardless of circumstance, can live in peace, security, and hope. And may the light of our common humanity continue to shine even in the darkest of time. Thank you for your kind attention, and Tashdillah.
Thank you very much, Bhutan. South Africa, followed by Mauritius, and Mauritius will address the Assembly from her seat. South Africa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President of the session, honorable speakers, esteemed delegates, distinguished members of this presidium today. This year remains the year of gender equality in terms of the themes of the Inter-parliamentary Union, and enjoins us to reflect the importance of promoting gender equality in our parliaments and in our nations. The theme of this General Assembly is instructive in this regard because most of the time, women, children, and people with disabilities bear the brunt of discrimination and exclusion. We continue to assert that the rights of these constituencies are human rights that must be protected and upheld. In upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis demands of us to look out for those who are and remain vulnerable in our societies. In so doing, we need to look at preventative measures that we must put in place before a humanitarian crisis emerges. In this regard, as the Inter-parliamentary Union family, we have developed mechanisms including early warning systems that help us to intervene on such crises. We gather today at the time when the world is once again reminded of the fragility of peace and the enduring importance of humanitarian norms. South Africa welcomes the continued peace initiative to resolve the conflicts that continue in various regions of the world. We believe that dialogue is the cornerstone for finding lasting peace. We urge all parties to respect and uphold these peace agreements not only as a political commitment, but as a moral imperative. Too many lives have been lost, too many families torn apart. Let this be a turning point towards lasting peace and dignity. South Africa's own history of overcoming systemic injustice and conflict has taught us that peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, accountability, and compassion. Our commitment to international humanitarian law is rooted in our constitutional values and our lived experience. We stand in solidarity with all those who suffer the consequences of armed conflict and reaffirm our dedication to uphold humanitarian norms wherever they are threatened. Honorable President, it is no accident that international humanitarian norms exist. They were born from the ashes of war, from the suffering of civilians whose lives were shattered by violence, displacement, and neglect. These norms reflect a solemn promise made by the global community to uphold the dignity of every human being, even in the darkest moments. Yet today, we must ask ourselves, have we truly learned from the past? International humanitarian law, the body of law that regulates the conduct of armed conflict and seeks to protect civilians, is under immense strain globally. In most regions, we are witnessing violations that not only undermine the rule of law, but also threaten the very fabric of human dignity. The principle of distinction and proportionality, the cornerstone of international humanitarian law, have been repeatedly disregarded. It is for this reason that South Africa, together with 5 other states and the International Committee of the Red Cross, launched the global initiative to galvanize political commitment to international humanitarian law. Indeed, the International Court of Justice and multiple UN bodies have raised concerns about war crimes and collective punishment. The dire situation of famine should be reversed through unobstructive aid delivery. This should be the case in all situations of both armed conflict and under foreign occupation on our continent and beyond. The failure to uphold international humanitarian law is not merely a failure to honor legal obligations, but it is a moral failure. It is a failure to protect the most vulnerable. to preserve human dignity, and to uphold the principle that binds the international community. This is where parliaments must act. Parliaments are not passive observers. They are the guardians of law, the voice of the people, and the architects of accountability. Through legislation, oversight, and budgetary authority, parliaments have the power to enforce international humanitarian law domestically and to hold governments and armed actors accountable. First, parliaments must ensure that national laws are aligned with international obligations. This includes ratifying relevant treaties, criminalizing war crimes, and establishing mechanisms for investigation and prosecution. Second, Parliament must exercise robust oversight. They must demand transparency in military operations, scrutinize defense budgets, and ensure that armed forces are trained in international humanitarian law principles. Third, parliaments must advocate for humanitarian access. We must work with civil society and international organizations to remove barriers to aid delivery and protect humanitarian workers. Fourth, parliaments must lead in translating outcome documents and summit declarations into tangible results. This includes advancing women's meaningful participation in peace building, climate resilience, and adaptation strategies. Women are disproportionately affected by conflict, yet they remain underrepresented in decision-making. Parliaments must legislate for gender-responsive climate policies, support women-led initiatives, and ensure that women are at the center of recovery and resilience effort. Honourable President, honourable speakers, and members, South Africa believes that the strength of humanitarian norms lies not only in their legal foundations, but in their universal applications. We must recommit to the principle of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. Words must be matched by action, and laws must reflect our values and principles. I thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. As indicated, Mauritius will address us from her seat. Could I ask you, please, representative of Mauritius, to engage your mic? She will be followed by the representative of Pakistan.
Monsieur le Président.
President, Mauritius is a democratic country that advocates peace and has done for many years. And when we became independent in 1968, part of our population in the Chagos Islands were displaced into Mauritius and the Seychelles, and it took us 57 years of international efforts at the UN and at the International Court of Justice to finally see a new British government recognizing our sovereignty over those islands. We are currently negotiating a final agreement, which we managed to achieve thanks to the support of our friendly countries, and I'd like to thank all of you and all of them for that. I must recall in that light the extent to which international solidarity is vital for that type of issue, which is related not only to international public law, but also to international humanitarian law. It's quite clear that my country must therefore support any humanitarian action that is essential wherever the crisis may occur. And I have two things that I'd like to say now about Madagascar and what is happening right now. Firstly, as you will see, there is nobody in the Madagascan delegation here, and I would like to say a couple of words about the political situation there in Madagascar, the large island, as it's known. And I trust that our friends from SADC who have sent a mission of inquiry there. I trust them to find out what is really going on there at the moment. But we know that countries all over Africa and on the Indian Ocean in particular need to show humanitarian solidarity with Madagascar. We can't ignore the humanitarian social consequences in that large and beautiful country. As Speaker of the Mauritian Parliament, I'm convinced that parliaments must also step up to support Madagascar in this time. It's quite clear that all of the treaties that we sign must be incorporated into our national legislation. Otherwise, our commitments won't mean anything. And so I support all of those who have spoken today and who have called for greater solidarity from all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauritius. The representative of Pakistan. Pakistan, the floor is yours, followed by the representative of Fiji.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Excellencies, Honorable Parliamentarians, distinguished guests, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, I am honored to address this August Assembly on the urgent and deeply relevant theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian actions in times of crisis. We convene today at a moment of great complex global challenges. The international security architecture, built painstakingly over decades, is under unprecedented strain. Rules are disregarded, treaties are violated, and the universally agreed principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity are eroded with impunity. This troubling reality calls for renewed global commitment to the very norms and values that underpin our shared humanity. Pakistan remains firmly committed to upholding international humanitarian law, the cornerstone of global humanitarian architecture. We take pride in our long-standing tradition of promoting the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. As a current member of the United Nations Security Council, Pakistan continues to advance the agenda of civilian protection, strengthening compliance with international humanitarian law, and advocate for principled, apolitical humanitarian assistance in all situations of armed conflict. Mr. President, while the recent Gaza ceasefire plan offers a glimpse of hope to millions of innocent Palestinian children, women, and men, it will nevertheless remain a lasting stain on human conscience that for 2 long years the world stood as a silent spectator to a campaign of collective punishment and relentless bombardment of an innocent population. The humanitarian catastrophe in the occupied Palestinian territories demands a decisive and coordinated international action. We call for an immediate cessation of hostilities, unhindered humanitarian access, and just and durable solution based on international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. The people of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir continue to endure an occupation that defies international law and the fundamental principles of human rights and human dignity. For over 7 decades, they have been denied their right of self-determination by India in right explicitly recognized by numerous United Nations Security Council resolutions. The ongoing restrictions, demographic changes, and suppression of civil liberties represent grave and persistent violations of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Conventions. Earlier this year, Pakistan faced a direct and unprovoked act of aggression from India. Our nation, united and resolute, responded with measured precision and unwavering resolve, reaffirming our commitment to peace, but also to the defense of our sovereignty, territorial integrity through Operation Banyal or Marsus. Equally concerning are attempts by India to undermine the Indus Water Treaty, an internationally guaranteed agreement threatening regional stability and shared humanitarian resources. Mr. President, despite Pakistan's enduring commitment to peaceful neighborhood relations, we continue to face cross-border terrorism responded by Indian-sponsored proxies in Afghanistan in shape of Fitna al-Khawarij. The presence of terrorist sanctuaries and safe havens in neighboring territories pose a serious threat to regional peace and security. Our armed forces have acted with exceptional restraint and professionalism, conducting targeted and proportionate operations only to protect innocent civilians and safeguard our borders. Pakistan continues to exercise restraint while urging its neighbors to prevent the use of their soil for terrorism. We seek no escalation, only mutual respect and cooperation in the shared fight against terrorism, as terrorists recognize neither borders nor humanity. Mr. President, along these security challenges, we face the existential threat of climate change. Despite contributing less than 1% to global emissions, Pakistan stands among the most climate vulnerable nations. The devastating floods we have endured remind us that climate change is not a distant risk, but a present humanitarian crisis, one that demands global solidarity, fair financing, and technology transfer from those responsible to those most affected. Mr. President, these conflicts, compounded by the growing climate emergencies, have become tipping points for humanitarian catastrophe. They remind us that when political disputes remain unresolved and the planet's balance is ignored, it is ordinary people who bear the gravest cost. As representatives of our people, we parliamentarians carry the moral and political responsibility to ensure that humanitarian norms are upheld without exception, and civilians are never targeted or deprived of lives essential, and that our collective action in conflict zones or in response to climate disaster is guided by justice, empathy, and the rule of international law. For the true humanitarian imperative goes beyond relief. It is about restoring dignity, ensuring accountability, and building resilience. Mr. President, in this spirit, Pakistan proudly sponsored UN Security Council Resolution 2788 in 2025 on the peaceful settlement of disputes, urging all nations to prioritize dialogue, mediation, and confidence building to prevent conflicts and avert humanitarian crisis. This reflects Pakistan's steadfast belief in diplomacy, dialogue, and the power of multilateralism. Parliamentarians have a vital role in translating these ideas into action by ensuring respect for international humanitarian law, protecting humanitarian actions from politicization, and integrating humanitarian development and climate-resilient agendas. Let parliamentary diplomacy be a bridge in times of division, guiding the world away from confrontation and towards compassion, away from despair and towards dignity. In these uncertain times, let us refrain that humanity is our common cause and the rule of law our collective impasse. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Pakistan. Fiji, the floor is yours, followed by Algeria. Fiji, followed by Algeria.
The Honorable Chair, the Vice President of the 151st Assembly, Honorable the Vice President of the IPU, Honorable Speakers and Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, Bula Vinaka and warm greetings from the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji. It is a timely opportunity to address this esteemed Assembly as we convene under the critical theme, Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis. The theme compels us to look beyond the conflicts that dominate global headlines and turn our attention to the quieter, yet equally devastating emergencies that affect millions. Natural disasters, forced migration and displacement, climate-induced crisis, and the erosion of fundamental human rights that threaten the dignity of countless individuals. But first, it would be remiss of me if I do not acknowledge and join the world in applauding peace that has descended upon the people of Gaza and Palestine. Long may it endure. As a small island developing state, the climate crisis for Fiji is not a distant possibility. It is a lived reality. Fiji grapples daily with the harsh realities of the climate crisis, from intensifying cyclones to rising sea levels that displace families and stretch our resources thin. Yet, in the face of these challenges, we have found strength through international solidarity and the guiding framework of humanitarian law, which places human needs above political interests and helps safeguard our most vulnerable. In moments of crisis, our Parliament is the guardian of national legislations and breathing life into our global humanitarian commitments, serves as the watchdog of public accountability, ensuring that assistance reaches those who need it most, and it stands as the voice of the people. Let me highlight some reflections from Fiji's perspectives. To truly uphold humanitarian norms, it is the duty of parliamentarians to ensure that domestic legislation aligns with international standards for human rights and humanitarian law. Fiji has demonstrated its commitment by ratifying the 9 core international human rights treaties and actively advancing its obligations into our domestic legislations. This dedication is evident in our forward-looking laws of environment, such as the Climate Change Act of 2021 and the Environment Levy Act of 2017. Together, these legislative measures form a robust foundation for Fiji's climate strategy, addressing mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk reduction in a unified approach, and also giving practical effect to our international obligations under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. A very important issue on our environment of the Pacific Ocean is the concept of the Pacific Ocean as the ocean of peace, championed by our Prime Minister and government, and received and was adopted by the Pacific Islands Forum leaders at in a declaration in its Honiara declaration last month. The Climate Change Act sets Fiji on a path to net zero emissions by 2050, establishing systems for emission tracking, institutional coordination, climate finance, marine protection, community relocation, and climate resilience in its national planning. These efforts reflect Fiji's unwavering resolve to turn global promise into meaningful, measurable progress at home. A key example of Fiji's commitment to climate action was taking tangible steps towards sustainability by eliminating single-use plastics in chambers and prisons, introducing reusable bottles, and advancing e-Parliament initiatives to reduce paper waste. These efforts reflect a broader commitment to climate-conscious governance and resilience building for a region under the newly established Pacific Inter-parliamentary Association, PIPA, a milestone achievement of the Blue Pacific, signed and sealed by the parliaments of the region in August of this year. PIPA stands as a powerful symbol of our commitment to integration, resilience, and democratic governance. Protecting democratic principles during crisis is essential. Emergency powers must be used with transparency and respect for human rights. Through its partnership with the UNDP, our Parliament has strengthened legislative capacity, citizen engagement, and inclusive representation. This commitment is reflected in the current national budget, which prioritizes social protection and disaster resilience through increased support for vulnerable families, children, and the elderly, funding for relocation of climate-affected communities, and financing backing for NGOs and faith-based groups providing grassroots humanitarian aid. Fiji's humanitarian approach is rooted in inclusive principles and practical action, strengthening democratic institutions, promoting transparency, and ensuring marginalized voices help shape our policies. This commitment extends to the addressing of climate-driven displacement with a call for stronger legal protection, safe migration pathways, and climate justice. Finally, the Fijian Parliament stands firmly behind the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds, ABAS, and pledged to work with fellow Seeds and PSIDS parliaments to champion equity, resilience, and let this Parliament, let this Assembly spark bold, coordinated action where dialogue leads to decisive progress. Binakamakalebu, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiji, Algeria, and then Armenia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين.
In the name of God, the compassionate and the merciful, may his blessings be upon you. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, speakers, and members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. May God's peace be with you. Our theme for this assembly is based on the ability to uphold humanitarian norms and support humanitarian action in times of crisis. This is of particular importance in this period when we are facing worldwide threats that undermine not just our present, but our future too. Bearing this situation in mind, it is a matter of urgency that we face the challenges we have to tackle. We must deal with the obstacles we face to peace everywhere in the world. It is vital that we support humanitarian work everywhere in the world. It is clear to all of us that stability, peace, and security are worldwide collective objectives. They are linked to international humanitarian law, be it in time of war or time of peace. Given this situation, we think that the respect for IHL is a matter of collective responsibility. IHL enables us to meet our world objectives. It enables us to bring about world peace. However, for that to be done, we need to show the necessary political will throughout the world. That must start by showing respect for human rights and by giving support to humanitarian action in times of crisis. We also must ensure that international humanitarian law and humanitarian norms are respected in times of crisis. IHL provides us with the framework that allows us to bring relief to civilians who are suffering. IHL also and humanitarian law allows us to guarantee access to humanitarian aid. This in keeping with the Geneva Conventions that are the basis for IHL. Our theme is of particular importance now at a time when international humanitarian law is being flouted. You just need to take into account attacks against humanitarian workers and those working in the field in conflict zones, in the Gaza Strip and occupied Palestine, for instance. Everyone has witnessed the crimes of the occupying authority that have led to destruction and to famine. The occupation authority has turned Gaza into an uninhabitable environment. It is a matter of duty to us to support the United Nations and the whole multilateral system so that we can work in a more balanced way that shows more solidarity in order to ensure that we have a functioning international system that would allow every nation to have the right to development and to develop in a secure environment in a way that is fair for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this theme before us in this year leads me to mention that we recently signed the International Declaration on Respect for Humanitarian Workers. It states that there is a need to provide these humanitarian workers with protection in the field. I would also recall that Algeria signed the declaration just mentioned in order to stress the need for full protection to be afforded to all humanitarian players. Under the aegis of the President of our Republic, we work in order to ensure that there is international solidarity. We believe in good neighborliness. We believe in non-aggression between neighbors and sovereign states. This is what our foreign policy is based on. That is why Algeria was one of the first countries to provide aid to our neighbors in times of need. We also provide aid to developing countries or to those who are in need. In February 2020, we set up the Algerian Agency for Development and Solidarity. This fund has allowed us to provide help to people under occupation, be it the Palestinians or the Sahrawi refugees. This is the embodiment of our approach to diplomacy as a solution to, as a dispute settlement method. From this podium, I would like to reiterate our appeal to everyone to ensure that we all avoid intervening in the domestic affairs of other states. We would call upon everyone to respect the rights of all people to self-determination. We would further, from this rostrum, from this, would like to express the hope that we will adopt resolutions collectively that will allow us to bring an end to extreme violence, transborder crime, and terrorism, which are a threat to development, peace, and stability in the world. What can we do but reiterate that Algeria would invite all of us to respect the principles of IHL, this in the face of its abuses by the Israeli authorities and Israel's attacks on Gaza and occupied Gaza and Arab states. We would also urge that the two-state solution be adopted and that we have a Palestinian state with Jerusalem, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We wish this assembly every success. We hope that this assembly will allow national parliaments, which represent their people's hopes, will be able to adopt fair measures that will allow for support for humanitarian work, particularly in times of crisis. Thank you, and may God's peace be with you.
Thank you very much, Algeria. Armenia, followed by Ghana.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address the 151st IPU Assembly on behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia. For the Armenian people, the significance of the general debate topic cannot be overstated. No stranger to humanitarian crisis, Armenia still carries the memory of the 1988 earthquake, which claimed tens of thousands of lives and left hundreds of thousands homeless. Substantial amounts of the humanitarian aid were sent by 130 countries, demonstrating that international solidarity and humanitarian action can transcend borders and politics. Beyond our borders, Armenian peacekeepers have participated in missions in Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Lebanon, working to protect civilians and promote stability. We will continue to strengthen our humanitarian capabilities and extend protection wherever needed. In September 2023, within only a few days, more than 100,000 Armenians from Karabakh were displaced and crossed into Armenia. For a nation of 3 million, this was an immense test of our capacity and resilience. By providing shelter, healthcare, education, and employment, the Armenian government responded with compassion and resolve. This experience proved that even small countries, guided by principle, can realize the vision of humanitarianism inspired by our noblest ideals. Our humanitarian work is inseparable from our pursuit of peace. On August 8, 2025, in Washington, D.C., the President of the United States, Donald Trump, witnessed the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan sign a joint declaration representing a vital step toward ending decades of conflict and suffering. On the same day, the text entitled An Agreement on Peace and the Establishment of Interstate Relations was initiated by foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan. As an outcome of the Washington meeting, Armenia will work with the United States and mutually determined third parties to create a framework for the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity. This infrastructure project, TRIP, stems from Armenia's dream to create seamless regional connectivity through its Crossroads of Peace plan, which provides for the development of railway with the prospect of developing highways, pipelines, electric transmission lines, and cables between Armenia and Azerbaijan and neighboring countries. Yet, I must note that the detainees still held in Azerbaijan represent a humanitarian obstacle that must be resolved. We seek the release and reunification of these captives with their families as quickly as possible. Another critical humanitarian priority is to clarify the fate of numerous missing persons. We know Armenia is not alone in the struggle to build a more humane world, from Ukraine to Gaza, Sudan to Haiti. Humanitarian crises are unfolding before our eyes. Civilians, women, children, the elderly continue to bear the burden of the suffering. These tragedies are urgent reminders of our duty to act in defense of human dignity. We believe that human rights are universal and that, as such, their protection must never be selective. Colleagues, the lessons are clear. Dialogue and peace must replace discord and war. Empathy, not passivity, must guide our actions. Upholding these principles is our collective responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Armenia. Ghana, the floor is yours, followed by the representative of Nepal. Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Today, our world faces a convergence of crises, armed with conflicts, climate disaster, displacement, and pandemics continue to erode human dignity and global stability. In 2023 alone, over 360 million people required humanitarian assistance. In 2025, 305 million people globally will require urgent humanitarian assistance and protection. Of this, approximately 190 million people will face life-threatening needs that demands priority support. This is a sobering call to action. The principles that underpin humanitarian norms, humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence must be safeguarded and strengthened. Yet, we confront growing challenges, including political interference in aid delivery, attacks on humanitarian workers, the rise of non-state armed actors, donor fatigue, and escalating impacts of climate change. From Gaza to Ukraine, from Sudan to Burkina Faso, civilians are paying the highest price. In West Africa, food insecurity and mass displacement are growing. In Ghana, the 2023 Akosombo Dam spillage displaced over 40,000 people, an urgent reminder that no nation is immune. Upholding humanitarian norms requires more than legal instruments. It demands political will, coordination, and sustained investment in resilience. We must reinforce compliance with international humanitarian law, promote accountability for violations, and scale up anticipatory action to prevent crises before they escalate. Parliament have a unique role to play. In Ghana, Parliament fulfills this through our legislative, oversight, and budgetary functions, ratifying international conventions, monitoring disaster response, and allocating emergency funds. We also serve as advocates, bringing the voices of the affected communities to national and global platforms. Finally, let us reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism through instruments like the IPU, through institutions like the IPU. We must continue to advocate for principled humanitarian action, protect the most vulnerable, and ensure that our responses are not only timely, but just. Together, let us uphold the norms that preserve life, dignity, and hope, even in the darkest crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, the representative of Ghana, the representative of Nepal. The floor is yours, followed by the representative of the Speaker of Nigeria.
Honorable President, honorable speakers and chairpersons, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. I feel honored to address the August 151st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union on behalf of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. I would like to extend sincere appreciation to the IPU and the government, parliament, and people of Switzerland for the warm hospitality accorded to us, and best wishes for the grand success of this assembly. Honorable President, It is evident that this important discussion under the theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis has great importance in today's context. On the one hand, the impact of man-made and natural disasters is increasing in the world along with armed conflict and climate change, while on the other, instability and corruption have intensified the crisis of governance. The moral and legal norms set to safeguard human dignity are in crisis. We have been deeply shaken by the tragic loss of young Nepalis like Bipin Joshi, lives that could have been saved had there been timely assistance and proper rescue efforts in conflict-torn regions such as the Middle East in the recent years. In this situation, parliaments must play the role as guardians for the protection and promotion of humanitarian values. And we urge international community to strongly support humanitarian actions in emergencies. Nepal's commitments to international humanitarian law and humanitarian standards have deep ties with peace, solidarity, goodwill, and our national ethos. As a state party to the Geneva Convention of 1949 and the additional protocols, Nepal has taken concrete steps to translate these obligations into our domestic laws. The National Committee on IHL has put forward the proposal for Geneva Convention's implementation bill, incorporating all necessary provisions. Even though Nepal is not a party to the International Criminal Court, Nepal's Penal Code 2017, in line with the Rome Statute, addresses crimes against humanity and enforces accountability in line with international standards. These legislative provisions reaffirm Nepal's unwavering commitment to the rule of law and the protection of human rights. The National Human Rights Commission of Nepal has been recognized with A-level accreditation from international human rights institutions, which adheres to the Paris principles of ensuring constitutional guarantees of freedom, capacity, pluralism, and adequate resources and authority to carry out human rights-related works. The Federal Parliament of Nepal has launched a technology-based civil rights promotion system. Honorable President, Nepal has prioritized access to humanitarian assistance for marginalized communities, including women, children, senior citizens, and persons with disabilities. The lessons learned from the reconstruction after the devastating earthquake of 2015 and the lessons learned from the experience of severe floods and landslides caused by climate change, disaster preparedness, the establishment of a disaster early warning and information system, and immediate community-based rescue and reconstruction after disasters have made our work reliable. Nepal has set up a mechanism of contingency and catastrophe financing, a disaster resilience policy, CAT-DDO, which has arranged for a rapid fund distribution system, Prime Minister's Disaster Relief Fund, and local emergency budget mobilization. Today, we feel that the global fraternity and goodwill are being challenged from multiple fronts. The problems arising from cybercrimes, automatic weapons, and misuse of AI can be controlled through parliamentary diplomacy. For this, it is imperative to monitor compliance with humanitarian laws, learn from the best practices, and strengthen international solidarity within the aegis of the IPU. Nepal has a long experience of serving in the UN peacekeeping missions. In the past, the unprecedented experience of successfully transforming armed conflict into peace through negotiations is also evident to the world. In addition, the act related to transitional justice has been amended and implemented. Honorable President, we are moving towards resolving the situation arising from the recent remarkable Generation G anti-corruption movement in Nepal, in the spirit of constitution and in line with democratic norms. The key demand of Gen Z movement is for ending corruption and ensuring good governance with social justice and inclusive democracy. The federal parliament is the linchpin to achieve these goals, and we are thoughtful in capitalizing the opportunity brought about by the recent changes. I offer my heartfelt tributes to the Genji martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the cause of people and democracy with good governance. In this context, the newly formed interim government, headed by Right Honourable Prime Minister Susila Karki, has expressed its commitment to hold elections to the House of Representatives on March 2026. I appeal to the international community to extend necessary support for the elections and reconstruction of infrastructures damaged during the protests. We are currently suffering from the effects of devastating climate change. Nepal's contribution to global warming is virtually none. But climate change has created a crisis in the Himalayan ecosystem. This has caused serious climate-related problems for Nepal and other small underdeveloped countries. We all need to unite in the efforts to reduce the disasters caused by climate change. I also call upon the Inter-parliamentary Union to provide diplomatic, social and economic support in solving this problem. Honourable President, I would like to reiterate that Nepal stands firmly in solidarity with the IPU for protecting the sovereignty of humanitarian law through coordinating legislative works, strengthening parliamentary diplomacy, and promoting the proper use of AI. We'll stand together with IPU in every crisis. I'm confident that goodwill and cooperation for humanitarian action will triumph over conflict and disregard to humanitarian laws. In conclusion, I believe that the 151st General Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union would be successful in addressing the contemporary challenges facing the world. I thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Nepal. The floor is the representative of Nigeria. Nigeria, the floor is yours, followed by the East African Legislative Assembly. Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I bring to you greetings from the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Chairman of the National Assembly of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, and the entire National Assembly of our great country, Nigeria. I am honored to address you on the theme that we termed a call for humanitarian duty. I urge you to listen attentively. We meet in a world that is weary and wounded, a world that bleeds in silence, from the deserts of Africa to the steppes of Europe, from the valleys of the Middle East to the fault plains of Asia. Humanity cries out. 310 million people in need. These are not figures, they are faces. Mothers clutching starving children, fathers searching for sons lost in smokes of war, the aged, the maimed, the forgotten. They look to us, the lawmakers of the earth, and ask, is there still mercy in the councils of men? The world is not tested in times of comfort, but in the seasons of crisis. Nigeria is not an exception. Conflicts in the northeast, floods in our valleys, displacement across our borders, these have tested us. But like our national symbol, the eagle, we rise in every storm. We know that the strength of a nation is not measured by its wealth or armies, but how it protects its weakest and uplifts its wounded. We know that the greatest of nations lies not in the height of its skyscrapers, but in the depth of its compassion. We are therefore committed to making laws that carry a pulse. Laws that defend the widow, feed the orphan, and give the refugee a name and a nation. We are committed to upholding humanitarian principles as the solemn duty of civilization. This is not an international obligation. It is a covenant of our Constitution and the command of our conscience. We have built strong institutions to bear this duty. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, NEMA, and the National Commission for Refugees and Displaced Persons. Together, they ensure that when disaster strikes, help is not delayed and hope is not denied. The National Assembly has written protection into law for women through Violence Against Persons Act, for children through the Child Rights Act, for the oppressed through the Trafficking of Persons Act, and for the disabled through the Disabled Act. We have stood with our partners, ECOWAS, the Red Crescent, and the World Food Programme at the United Nations. We have carried our message to the global stage that climate change drives displacement, that corruption deepens suffering, and only collective courage can heal our world. We do not walk alone. We stand with those who serve those who volunteer, those who risk their life to rescue others. They are the silent heroes of our time. We have set up agencies and initiatives to respond to challenges. This is how we must build resilience from the ground up, from the people outward, and from faith to action. We must stop wars before wars stop us. There are no battlefields, only fields of mourning. There are no war gains, only the world pains. Each gunshot silences a dream. Each victory buries a generation. Soldiers are not numbers. They are sons and daughters, fathers and mothers. When a soldier falls, a home collapses. A mother weeps into the silence of her kitchen. A child grows up without the sound of a father's voice. A wife stares forever at an empty chair. How long will we spend billions to save life and trillions on instruments designed to destroy life? The arithmetic of war has become a global absurdity. We are the conscience of the world. Let us act. Distinguished colleagues, let us act. So I say to all participants and peoples, bend the politics towards the people. Let the policy bow before the human heart. Let us build stone by stone, law by law, a world where mercy is mightier than the war. For when laws serve life, policies serve the people. Humanity shall rise again in splendor and hope. Thank you. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. The representative of the East African Legislative Assembly. The floor is yours, followed by the representative of Morocco.
Madam Vice President, the Secretary General of IPU, speakers and head of delegations, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. It is an honor to address you at this 151st Inter-parliamentary Union Assembly in Geneva. Each year, we gather to discuss matters that shape our world, and this year, we confront heightened humanitarian need and deep geopolitical crisis. Madam Vice President, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis offers an urgent mandate to reaffirm our commitment to international humanitarian law, safeguard principled humanitarian action, and mobilize Parliament and active stewards of humanity in times of crisis. I speak today not only as the Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, but also as a citizen of a region deeply affected by humanitarian crisis. The East African community has learned that humanitarian principles are not just for peaceful times. They are essential for protecting dignity when people are most at risk. As we think about the role of national and regional parliaments like ours, several key priorities stand out. I will share them clearly with a plan for action that we can carry out both in our own parliament and international partnership. The Middle East conflict highlights the urgent need to protect civilians and ensure humanitarian access in war zones. As global partners brokers step toward peace, we must translate international humanitarian law into robust domestic legislation, enforce accountability, and guarantee safe, transparent delivery of aid and essential services to those most affected, especially women and children. Parliament must protect humanitarian efforts during crisis by making sure policies focus on health, food security, education, water, sanitation, and climate resilience, even when budgets are tight and security is a concern. They should protect aid routes, ensure safe access for aid workers, prevent interference in relief work, and use diplomacy to find solutions. Parliament should also bring together civil society, faith groups, businesses, academics, and youth to work on humanitarian responses. A humanitarian forum should be set up to coordinate planning, protection, and funding with youth and women-led initiatives to make sure aid is fair and helps the most vulnerable. We must support the most vulnerable and address unfair systems. Groups like women, children, the elderly, people with disabilities, religious minorities, and political opponents suffer most crises. Humanitarian aid should reach them without political influence and be used only for relief and protection. National and regional laws must ensure these groups are prioritized, aid is distributed fairly, and misuse of aid is prevented. Finally, we need to strengthen our parliament by training members on international humanitarian law, humanitarian diplomacy, budget oversight, and how to respond to crises. We should create regional statements and use parliamentary diplomacy to work with the United Nations and other global partners to uphold humanitarian standards and gain support. It is also important to include gender analysis and protection measures in all humanitarian actions and laws across our member states. In conclusion, as the East African Legislative Assembly, we strongly reaffirm our commitment to international humanitarian law and principled humanitarian action. We are ready to lead a regional, inclusive, and gender-sensitive approach to crisis response. We promise to make sure aid reaches the most vulnerable and that humanitarian values are upheld even in the hardest times. Madam Vice President, in the spirit of global unity and regional cooperation, let us turn these commitments into clear, honest, and accountable action. Let Parliament lead the way in guiding governments toward compassion, protection, and a strong future for all community in East Africa and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative of the East African Legislative Assembly. And our next speaker, next presentation is Morocco.
In the name of God, the most merciful, most compassionate, Madam President of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliaments, heads of delegations, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of diplomatic missions and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to take the floor today on behalf of Morocco during this 151st IPU Assembly under the theme Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis. This reflects the IPU's commitment to the issues that matter to humanity. This is also a reflection of the need for our institutions to preserve their value. Our world today is witnessing deep crises where we witness armed conflicts, climate crises, economic and social catastrophes, leaving millions of individuals around the world in need of assistance, particularly women and children whose rights are being violated on a regular basis, and a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. The crisis of the Palestinian people is the best example for these crises. Indeed, the principles of a dignified life are being undermined in a blatant violation of international law. Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty Mohammed VI, has reiterated Morocco's commitment to peace through repeated calls for an immediate ceasefire and a refusal of the displacement of the Palestinian people and calls to allow the immediate access to humanitarian aid, as well as medical assistance. In this regard, Morocco has welcomed the announcement made by the US President Donald Trump of a ceasefire in Gaza. We have expressed our appreciation to the efforts exerted by mediators in order to reach the ceasefire and lead to a comprehensive and permanent peace plan for the Palestinian people and in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, humanitarian norms, including international humanitarian law, is a collective responsibility for all parliaments and governments in order to guarantee the dignity of human beings. On this basis, Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, has adopted a comprehensive approach that is a practical one and not just relies on slogans. We have adopted a number of initiatives, and the Kingdom of Morocco is committed to international peace and security. We have created a center in Morocco for peace studies and have participated in UN peacekeeping missions. Indeed, more than 74,000 Moroccans have participated in various UN missions all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this assembly is of utmost importance and deserves a deep and thoughtful approach. It reflects our duty as parliamentarians to protect human beings in times of crisis. Unfortunately, sometimes this becomes a forum for misguided slogans under the guise of helping refugees and the most vulnerable populations, such as the case of the camps in Tunduf. Colonialism is the one that is being exercised under the guise of humanity. In Tunduf, people are being deprived of their most basic rights in violation of international laws for decades. The UNHCR is not allowed to conduct census, and aid does not reach these individuals in a blatant violation of humanitarian norms and humanitarian laws. In contrast, Morocco is an example of preserving dignity, and the residents of Western Sahara enjoy their rights fully. They can participate freely in their own governance through a democratic process that is led by His Majesty King Mohammed VI. This is why the Western Sahara is a space of freedom and true development. It is a testament to the initiatives that have been launched by Morocco in order to achieve a political solution with the support of the international community. This is a testament to our national solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes are looking to this forum with lots of aspirations, and we hope that we will achieve concrete results that will give humanitarian action a more important role and dimension. I would like to reiterate once again our commitment under the leadership of King Mohammed VI to continue working with the IPU and our international and regional partners in order to achieve a more equitable and fair future, a future where people can live with dignity and solidarity. May the peace and blessing of God be upon you.
Thank you very much to the presenter of Morocco. And his presentation concludes the list of presiding officers of Parliament for today and concludes my responsibility here. I will now hand over to the Vice President of the IPU, Gabriela Morowski-Stenica, who will chair List B. Thank you very much.
I should?
Thank you, Mr. Tavares. It's my pleasure to chair the continuation of the general debate for the rest of the afternoon. We are now starting List B, first speakers from delegation speaking time, and the speaking time is 5 minutes. I am now calling on Slovenia, Mr. Bakovic. You have the floor. Followed by Suriname.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Esteemed colleagues, we are witnessing a rise of modern armed conflicts, which makes respect for international law and, in particular, international humanitarian law, crucial for safeguarding human dignity and preventing further suffering among civilians. I'm therefore pleased to see this issue placed at the heart of the discussion during this session. As a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, Slovenia attaches particular importance to this matter. In recent years, we have strengthened our role as a donor, increasing our humanitarian assistance fivefold. In light of reports of humanitarian violation in Gaza, we imposed a ban on the import, export, and transit of arms involving Israel and introduced sanctions against 2 Israeli ministers. With these measures, we sent a strong signal that Slovenia stands firm in defending the principles of humanitarian law and that we have placed the protection of civilians at the center of our decisions. We have also strongly advocated for the safety of the humanitarian workers and for their unhindered access to populations
in need. At the operational level, we have deepened our cooperation with the International Committee of the Red Cross, which led to the signing of a new memorandum. This agreement guarantees at least €5 million until 2030 in support of the International Committee's humanitarian efforts to advance the promotion of international humanitarian law. Slovenia is also actively involved in a global initiatives such as the Global Alliance to Spare Water from Armed Conflicts and the Global Initiative to the galvanize political commitment to international humanitarian law. Within these frameworks, we share our knowledge, experience, and best practices and contribute to fostering a global culture of respect for humanitarian law. Esteemed colleagues, at a time when geopolitical tensions are rising and fragmenting diplomacy often weakens coordinated action, it is all the more important that we remain committed to humanitarian principles. I therefore welcome to the United Nations Humanitarian Reset Initiative, which represents a vital step towards reforming the global humanitarian system to make it more inclusive, accountable, and effective in assisting those most in need. Parliamentarians bear a special responsibility in this regard. Our role is to carefully scrutinize government decisions to ensure compliance with international obligations and to advocate for policies grounded in human rights and humanitarian principles. Let me continue by underlining a basic principle. Humanitarian aid must remain neutral and impartial. Aid should always be focused solely on meeting the needs of those affected and not on serving political interests. Political pressures should never stand in the way of providing relief or undermine humanitarian principles. That is why it is important that we, as parliamentarians, take an active role in overseeing and shaping policies on humanitarian aid and the international humanitarian law. Respect for humanitarian law and the delivery of aid are not just legal or political matters. They are a moral imperative and a foundation of our shared humanity. If we are to maintain trust in this multilateral system and protect those who are most vulnerable, we must act together in a spirit of solidarity, responsibility, and humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the next speaker, Suriname, Mr. Parmasar, and followed by Andorra.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Suriname, I extend warm appreciation to the IPU for organizing this important and timely debate on this theme. Suriname is a small country with a large heart, a society built on the foundations of diversity, tolerance, and mutual respect. Our people descend from many origins. Our indigenous communities, the first stewards of our land, and others who arrived as African slaves or as indentured laborers from China, India, and Indonesia. Together, they shaped a nation where cultural diversity is not a challenge, but a cherished strength. Today, our capital city stands as a living testament to peaceful coexistence, where a mosque and a synagogue rise side by side, and where every faith and ethnicity finds its place. Our interreligious Council, known as IRIS, brings together representatives of all major faiths, Catholics, Muslims, Hindus, and Moravians, to promote dialogue and cooperation between government and civil society. This is who we are, a country that practices humanitarian values not only in words, but in the way we live together. We often say that Suriname is our own United Nations in the region. Our National Democratic Party, which I represent, is Suriname's largest multi-ethnic and multi-religious party. And for the first time in our history, it is led by a woman. Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, who in July of this year became Suriname's first female president. Her election was more than a political milestone. It was a reaffirmation that equality and inclusion are the cornerstones of humanitarian governance. When societies empower women, protect minorities, and give voice to the marginalized, they strengthen peace and resilience from within. This year, on November 25th, Suriname will mark 50 years of independence, while our nation continues to face the challenges of development. Harmonious living is not among them. To celebrate and reinforce our unity, the government will launch a National Heritage Month in August 2026, a platform to showcase our culture, cuisine, and creativity, to share with the world what humanitarian coexistence can truly look alike. I warmly invite all IPU members to visit Suriname and experience firsthand our model of unity and diversity. Don't forget to bring with you your family and your friends. Our country has also made significant offshore oil and gas discoveries, with production expected to begin by 2028. We approach this new opportunity with humility and foresight. Our priorities are clear: to strengthen local content, to build strong and transparent institutions, and above all, to preserve our carbon negative status of 93% forest recovery. Yes, 93% of forest recovery we have. Parliaments must ensure that humanitarian assistance is impartial and accessible, that the rule of law prevails even in emergencies, and that social protection systems reach those most in need. Through legislation, budget oversight, and public dialogue, we can turn humanitarian principles into everyday realities, as we show that in Suriname. Madam President, Suriname stands ready to work with all IPU members to strengthen humanitarian action, to promote dialogue among nations and peoples, and to safeguard human dignity everywhere. Because the true measure of progress is not how much we build, but how deeply we care for one another and for the generations yet to come. I thank you for your attention, Madam President.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Codina from Andorra, and the next one, China.
Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, we face an inevitable and devastating situation. There are more than 120 conflicts which are spoiling the world map. Over 100,000 people need help, and more than 120 million people have been displaced. These are not just statistics. These represent broken lives, and they represent our moral failure. As parliamentarians and as members of world society, we must recognize that this is our failure. Everything that we set up at the middle of the 20th century has given way to the law of the jungle and we have lost things we thought we had acquired forever. International humanitarian law is under threat. The Geneva Conventions are disregarded or undermined. Hospitals and health workers or humanitarian corridors are no longer safe. When you have rescue workers taken as targets, we are losing our shared humanity. This humanitarian crisis is emblematic of this crisis. We now have a world paralysis in world institutions. Political will is being undermined and humanitarian work is being underfunded. Any response to the current situation must be multi-sectoral and inclusive, and we must ensure that there is no gender-based violence, displacement, or climate change-related incidents. We must come to the assistance of the most vulnerable. We must look to our countries and more especially to our parliaments, given this situation. We represent our people and we represent those who are vulnerable. We cannot just be observers. We must ensure that we are proactive and try to bring about a change in the world situation. Andorra has shown that geography and size are not important in this respect. It's a matter of ethics and commitment. Our commitment to IHL has been consolidated in recent years, and we have worked along 3 lines in this respect. First of all, we have strengthened our legislative framework so that we can face the humanitarian crisis, which is a result of wars or disasters. In 2017, for instance, we adopted a law on the temporary protection for humanitarian reasons. This makes us possible to welcome with dignity those who have lost almost everything, and it also shows that we feel that solidarity is not a choice, it is a duty that is part of our democracy. Our second approach is that of responsibility and cooperation in international programs for cooperation and development. In 2025 alone, we spent more than 360,000 euros on civil organizations working on different international issues. We paid particular attention to education, health, gender equality, the protection of vulnerable groups, and peace building. Our third approach involves strengthening our cooperation with international organizations. This is done through financial contributions to different United Nations funds and programs that work to strengthen international cooperation, sustainable development, and peace building. Colleagues, when it comes to IHL, Andorra has a firm and non-negotiable commitment. As I've just said, we have devoted ourselves to ensuring that we have the legal instruments necessary to underpin our international commitments. We feel that international cooperation starts at home. We've ensured that laws are transposed into our legislation and that our parliament is active. One thing is clear, that is, no nation, not the biggest, not the smallest, can ignore this large-scale world crisis. That is why I would urge you that we work together in order to ensure that there is funding for humanitarian work despite the economic crisis. and we need to ensure that short-term security concerns don't compromise commitments made to IHL. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Tian from China, followed by Malta.
Madam President, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to attend the 151st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union on behalf of the National People's Congress of China. Not long ago, the IPU successfully held the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, where parliamentary leaders from over 120 countries spoke with one voice in upholding multilateralism and working together to address common challenges. Our discussion today on the theme Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis is of great practical significance. In today's world, armed conflicts occur frequently, and climate change and natural disasters are exacerbating the plight of developing countries. A small number of countries are politicizing and instrumentalizing humanitarian issues, rendering the international humanitarian situation more severe. In particular, the Gaza conflict has dragged for 2 years, causing heavy civilian casualties and unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe, which is deeply worrying. President Xi Jinping pointed out that humanitarianism represents the greatest consensus capable of uniting civilizations. In the face of severe humanitarian challenges, legislatures should make greater efforts to carry forward the spirit of international humanitarianism, work together to help countries and peoples in crisis overcome difficulties, and jointly tackle global humanitarian problems. I would like to share 3 points in this regard. First, we should uphold extensive consultation, joint contribution and shared benefits, and advanced reform of global governance. President Xi Jinping recently proposed a Global Governance Initiative, or GGI, advocating sovereignty, equality, observance of the rule of law in international relations, a practice of multilateralism, a people-centered approach, and an action-oriented focus, in order to build a more just and equitable global governance system. We are ready to work with the international community to continuously promote reform and improvement in the governance of global humanitarian issues, enhancing the implementation capacity and effectiveness of the current international system and mechanisms so that they better respond to humanitarian challenges. Second, we should uphold the rule of law in international relations and safeguard the authority of international humanitarian law. All countries should respect and earnestly fulfill their obligations under IHL, ensure the universal and uniform application of IHL, and resolutely reject double standards and selective application. Humanitarian assistance should abide by the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence, and avoid the politicization and instrumentalization of humanitarian issues. Thirdly, we should address both the symptom and root causes to eliminate the sources of humanitarian crisis. Beyond wars and conflict, the deeper causes behind humanitarian crisis is long-term poverty and underdevelopment. Countries should increase investment in development to seek fundamental solutions. International communities should demonstrate stronger resolve to take stronger action to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, helping developing countries enhance their capacity, prioritizing poverty eradication and narrowing the development gap. Developed countries should deliver in a timely manner and assume greater responsibility in providing support and assistance in developing countries. Madam President, colleagues, China is an active supporter, participant, and contributor to international humanitarian cause. In addressing international and regional hotspots issues, China has consistently been committed to facilitating peace talks and promoting political settlement. In the face of natural disasters, China always extends a helping hand at the earliest opportunity. Since 2018, we provided more than 1,000 emergency humanitarian aid operations to over 70 countries, with recipients spanning Asia, Africa, Latin America, and South Pacific. China practices true multilateralism, actively supports the work of the UN and international humanitarian agencies, and actively participates in humanitarian relief. Looking ahead, China will continue to be a responsible major country, promoting dialogue to bridge differences, cooperation to advance peace, and development to sustain stability, working with all parties to build a fairer and more equitable global governance system. The NPC stands ready to strengthen exchanges and cooperation with parliaments worldwide and help address global humanitarian challenges and advance the humanitarian cause. In the end, I would like to respond to the speech by Paraguay. In recent speech, Paraguay contradicts the One China principle and intervenes with the internal politics of China. We resolutely object that there is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is an inseparable sovereignty territory of China. The Chinese government is the only legislative government. One China principle is the common consensus and the basic norm of international community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Farrugia, Speaker Farrugia from Malta, followed by Iran.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, honorable colleagues. We convene here in Geneva not merely to deliberate, but to shoulder responsibility to our peoples, to the principles of humanity, and to verdict of history. In this chamber, words carry weight only when they are matched by deeds. Across the world, human suffering deepens, families are uprooted, communities are left without food, medicine, or shelter, and conflicts drag on without end. Natural disasters and emergencies compound these burdens. Amidst such turmoil, the most elementary rules of humanity are too often discarded. Let there be no ambiguity. Humanitarian norms are not a matter of choice. They represent the minimum expression of civilization. International humanitarian law exists to shield those who cannot shield themselves in times of armed conflict. Human rights law, by contrast, always accompanies every person in peace and in war alike, affirming the dignity that is inherent to us all. Together, these two bodies of law form a single moral compass, guiding us unfailingly towards humanity. Yet, law, if not enforced with courage, is fragile. The strength of humanitarian norms is not measured by the number of treaties signed, by the resolve to uphold them when it is most difficult. And here parliaments beat a solemn duty. We are the ones who must give effect to international obligations through legislation. We are the ones who allocate measures for humanitarian action. We are the ones who hold governments to account when commitments are made abroad but not honored at home. Above all, we are the voice of conscience, reminding the world that no ideology, no calculation, no interest can justify the abandonment of human dignity. Permit me, Chair, to share an experience from my work as Chair of the Committee to Pronounce Respect for International Humanitarian Law. I was recently seized of the case by the Secretary General of the IPU to go into the urgent matter of a former Deputy Speaker of Afghanistan who is threatened with deportation from Pakistan to Afghanistan following his exile in 2021, following the Taliban government taking over Afghanistan. I contacted both the Deputy Speaker of Afghanistan, former Amnullah Pamer, and also the Speaker of Parliament of Pakistan. And I'm sure that there will be a solution to this case, and I congratulate and I thank the Speaker of Pakistan that he is dealing in the matter. And I hope that this important case will be solved at the earliest, as it has to be led by example. And if anyone, in any circumstances, is to be judged for his actions, then let the law make its course. but let it be enforced as it meant to be, with fairness, with dignity and humanity. For me, every single life counts. If we are sincere in ourselves in addressing the immense humanitarian challenges before us, the displacement of millions and the urgent need of hundreds of millions more, as outlined in the concept more guiding this debate, then fine words will not suffice. We must move forward from declaration to implementation, from rhetoric to strategy. A beginning might be made through a joint initiative to reinforce the protection of humanitarian workers in conflict zones, those who deliver food, those who deliver medicine, and hope where more remains. So I propose that this Assembly establish a parliamentary task force, a body charged with dignity and designing strategies, harnessing collective expertise, and monitoring implementation. In this way, our deliberations here in Geneva may be translated into lifelines for those in peril. Yet strategies must be accompanied by enforcement. So governments are not only there just to sign a treaty, but by scrutiny. It falls to parliaments to ensure compliance through legislation that incorporates international obligations into national law, through oversight that holds the executive to account, and through budgets that safeguard humanitarian action even in times of austerity. If we are to uphold humanitarian norms and safeguard humanitarian action, the Inter-parliamentary Union must assume its natural role, that of converting. On strength, it does not lie in standing apart, but in bringing others together. We amplify the voice of parliaments. We reinforce the authority of international law, and we ensure the humanitarian principles we translate into action at the national level. To do so, we must work hard with those who are most effective in their domains, like the International Community of Red Cross, the Guardian of Humanitarian Law, with the United Nations, the legitimate coordinator of global humanitarian effort, and with our regional parliamentary assemblies, which anchor those norms within every region in the world. I must thank Chair the Red Cross for their immediate and rapid intervention in securing the release of the hostages held by Hamas on 2 separate batches last Monday of the other week, where the handling was done by the Red Cross, both in Gaza City and in Khan Yunis. Thank you very much, Red Cross, indeed. Together, that partnership form a chain of responsibility, law, coordination, and political will. So the Inter-parliamentary Union must stand at the center of this chain, leading its strength and community. And please, I will quote one of my mentors since I was young, Nelson Mandela, once reminded us, overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, it is an act of justice. I would submit to you today, protecting human life in conflict is not a gesture of goodwill. It is the most basic act of justice. Let us depart from Geneva with this conviction that in defending the weakest, we are defending the very essence of humanity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, Madam Chair, honorable speakers of the parliaments, dear ladies and gentlemen, today the world is facing a multifaceted crisis: war, occupation, genocide, terrorism, unilateral sanctions, economic injustice, and environmental destruction that threaten the very foundations of human solidarity. Talking about humanitarian principles is not only a moral imperative, but also a collective and binding responsibility towards the global conscience that should not be held hostage by great powers. Nearly 80 years ago, the world rose from the ruins of the World War II, and by ratifying the United Nations Charter and the Geneva Conventions, accepted a common commitment to protect human dignity and limit violence in conflicts. But today, on the eve of the 80th anniversary of those commitments, the same historical negligence has been repeated once again, this time in a more obvious and catastrophic form. What is happening in Gaza, the West Bank, and occupied Palestine is not just a violation of human rights, it is also a clear, glaring crime against humanity, and an example of organized genocide that continues with the support of certain Western powers and the silence of the international institutions. Honorable speakers of the parliaments, as a representative of a country that itself was the direct target of aggression by the Zionist regime and the United States, in June, I cannot remain silent in the face of the continuation of these crimes and the gross violations of the international law. Today, we are facing a historic test and a test of global conscience. If the international community cannot hold the perpetrators of these tragedies accountable, the fire of these crimes will forcibly spread to other borders. Excellencies, sometimes oppression and aggression in the world reach a point where the opportunistic bullying and arrogant behavior of the U.S. president regarding the recent ceasefire in Gaza, which itself an accomplice to the crimes of the Zionist regime, is seen as a positive step. The recent ceasefire in Gaza is a bitter and shamefully broken confession of an occupying regime and a good tiding for the perseverance of the oppressed people of Gaza, a resistance that awakened the conscience of the humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran supports any action and initiative that leads to a complete cessation of the war, genocide, and end to the occupation in Gaza, and the expulsion of the occupying forces, and the restoration of the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people, including the right to self-determination and establishment of an independent Palestine state with Al-Quds as its capital. Being aware of the developments in the region, I emphasize that the nations of the region will no longer be deceived by the hypocritical behavior and the deceptive tactics of the Zionist regime and the diplomatic smiles of the U.S. Be alert. Any complicity in this deception is complicity in the crime, and history will judge it harshly. Distinguished colleagues, today we stand before a historic choice. Either we must courageously defend human principles and international law, or we must witness the collapse of the global legal system that was supposed to be humanity's shield against war, occupation, and genocide. Defending human dignity is not an option. We cannot speak of human rights in one corner of the world and remain silent about its ruins and the bodies of the lifeless children in another. This silence is complicity in a crime. Today, conscious nations and governments know that the lasting peace and security will be achieved when double standards are abandoned and international institutions are freed from the captivity of the interest of the oppressive powers. The world can no longer tolerate hypocrisy. The world needs to rebuild trust, genuine multilateralism, and ensure justice and accountability. Excellencies, what we are here for at this General Assembly meeting? What are we here for at this General Assembly meeting? Fighting hunger, supporting human rights, supporting women, children, and youth, countering the development of deadly weapons, siege, blockade, displacement, and migration, terrorism, and organized crime, and destruction of vital infrastructure and the environment. But all of these subjects are exactly the same crimes that the Zionist regime has been committing relentlessly and openly, and which the United States, of course, and some Europe had supported. For the 47 years, the United States has been imposing sanctions on us. Iran is ready. Any kind of sanctions and economic terrorism made us more resilient. And 90 million Iranians are standing behind this strength and power of the Iranians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Corenda from Romania, following by Austria.
Madam President of the Assembly, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we meet today as humanitarian needs reached record levels and global solidarity faces unprecedented global tensions. In 2025, over 300 million people worldwide required humanitarian assistance, a reality that should move us all to act with greater urgency and unity. Romania expresses deep concern over the increasing number of people in need of assistance and protection and the growing and unprecedented violations of international humanitarian law and human rights all over the world. In this context, we must reaffirm a simple truth. Humanitarian action is not optional and is not negotiable. It is both a legal obligation under international law and the moral imperative that defines our shared humanity. Firstly, we reaffirm our parliamentary commitment to multilateralism. We must continue to defend the universality of international humanitarian law. This is one of the pillars of Romanian foreign policy. We are party to the 4 1949 Geneva Conventions, their 3 additional protocols, and the 1954 Hague Convention of Cultural Property. Recently, Romania joined the global initiative to promote political commitment to international humanitarian law, launched in 2024 along with other countries from all over the world and ICRCR. During the UN General Assembly High-Level Week in 2025, Romania signed in New York a political declaration on the protection of humanitarian personnel, reaffirming our belief that saving lives must never be politicized. Secondly, the safeguard humanitarian action in times of crisis, we must ensure predictable and diversified financing. Romania is firmly committed to principled and effective humanitarian assistance. In 2024, we allocated millions of euros to humanitarian aid, ensuring complementary between emergency response and development cooperation through our Humanitarian Assistance Fund, which provides a flexible, fast response mechanism for crisis. At the same time, Romania is internationally recognized for its experience in disaster risk reduction and emergency management through the Department of the Emergency Situations, development projects, and active participation in the EU and the UN peacekeeping missions. At national levels, the Parliament of Romania has demonstrated exemplary cooperation with the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. Last year, 2 key agreements were ratified defining the privileges, immunities, and legal status of the International Committee of the Red Cross and International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies in Romania, following by the opening of IFRSC delegation in Bucharest in April 2024, a testament to our stable partnership. Thirdly, advancing the humanitarian agenda requires a multi-sectoral and inclusive approach. Romania promotes long-term resilience in crisis-affected communities by linking humanitarian aid with development and by strengthening cooperation with national and local actors in emergency management. We have signed cooperation protocols with institutions across Africa, Latin America, and Asia to share experience and build capacity. As far as raising public awareness of international humanitarian law, In 2013, at the proposal of the National Committee on International Humanitarian Law, the Romanian Parliament established the National Day of International Humanitarian Law. Lastly, we are preparing the second national report on the implementation of IHL following the voluntary report published in 2021 in cooperation with the International Committee on Red Cross. Dear colleagues, in times of crisis, parliaments must remain the guardians of humanitarian principles, ensuring that the needs of the most vulnerable, including displaced people, refugees, and all vulnerable groups, remain central while safeguarding humanitarian funding. Let us work together to ensure that our shared humanity, not division, guides our decisions and shapes our legacy. In conclusion, Romania reaffirms that multilateral cooperation, and why not inter-parliamentarian cooperation, are essential to uphold humanitarian norms and principled action, always guided by our shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Korn from Austria, followed by Bulgaria.
Madame le Président, Excellencies, honorable speakers, colleagues. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude for conveying this debate on a topic that touches the very core of our shared humanity. Today, more than 300 million people around the world depend on humanitarian assistance, as we have heard also from our colleagues. Each of them, not just a number, but an individual's life disrupted by war, conflict, or disaster. And tragically, much of this suffering is man-made. The number and complexity of crises have risen dramatically. From armed conflicts to climate-induced disasters, civilian populations are paying the highest price. At the same time, the very norms designed to protect human dignity, international humanitarian law, are increasingly under pressure due to the erosion. Upholding those principles is not just a legal obligation, it is a moral one. In our interconnected world, humanitarian action is shared responsibility. Austria sees itself as a partner in solidarity within the international community, guided by the principles of humanity, neutrality, independence, and imperability. These values are not abstract to us. They are part of who we are. They are part of our history. Fostering solidarity and coordinated action across nations is key to ensure stability, resilience, human dignity worldwide. After all, division of labor helps us create economic growth, stability, wealth, and mass flourishing, in order to paraphrase two Nobel laureate winners in economics, the late Austrian F.A. Hayek and the American Edmund Phelps. But also the combined work of the 2025 economic winners of the Economic Nobel Prize, Macri, Aguillon, and Howitt, underscore that growth must be defended, which can only be achieved by collaboration. Their emphasis on open intellectual culture, institutional flexibility can be used to argue for competitive, dynamic, and discovery-driven institutional ecosystems. Again, only through cooperation and a sense of global collaboration can we respond effectively to the needs of those currently affected the most. In Gaza, the suffering of civilians has reached unbearable levels. In Ukraine, the ongoing attacks on civilian and energy infrastructure leaves millions without power, water, or essential services. And in Sudan, the civil war has been raging since April 2023, has drastically exacerbated a long-standing humanitarian emergency caused by natural disasters. As an active member of the international community and a host country of the United Nations, Austria remains committed to multilateralism, to peace building, and to humanitarian cooperation. We work closely with the United Nations, the International Committee for the Red Cross, and many others. This week, Austria commemorates its National Day, marking 70 years since the declaration of our permanent neutrality and the signing of our state treaty in 1955. Our neutrality was born out of the devastation of war, and it stands today as a living commitment to peace, to dialogue, and to humanitarian responsibility. Neutrality does not mean indifference. It means engagement, active, principled, and impartial. Colleagues, for Austria, neutrality is not passive. It is the bridge that allows us to foster dialogue when others cannot. It gives us the credibility to call out violations of humanitarian law wherever they occur without taking sides, but always taking a stand for human dignity. In short, humanitarian action is not charity, it is justice. It is about defending our common humanity and preventing a moral compass that must guide our global community. Let us therefore continue to speak, to act, and to build partnerships across nations. Only through cooperation can we ensure that our shared values, peace, dignity, and compassion, remain stronger than the forces that seek to divide us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Kirova from Bulgaria, followed by Ireland.
Your Excellencies, Presidents of Parliaments, parliamentarians, dear colleagues. It is a privilege for me to speak here in Geneva, a city that has long been a symbol of peace, dialogue, and humanitarian care. Switzerland and Geneva in particular have played a historic and indispensable role in shaping international humanitarian law and providing a home to International Committee of the Red Cross and numerous United Nations agencies working to alleviate and support human suffering. Today we meet at a time when the global humanitarian environment is under enormous strain. Effective implementation of humanitarian norms is crucial for preserving human life and social stability. For 80 years, the United Nations has been a beacon of hope, a platform for dialogue and peace wherever there are conflicts, natural disasters, or challenges posed by emerging political or economical migrational flows. I am pleased to share that in 2025, the Republic of Bulgaria celebrates 70 years of its membership in the World Organization. Conflicts, natural disasters, and economic instability have left 1 in every 23 inhabitants of our planet dependent on aid for survival. The financial cost of this crisis has reached unprecedented levels, but the human cost remains immeasurable. We are all concerned about the consequences of the numerous armed conflicts causing immense human suffering and forced displacement. Crises are becoming increasingly complex and difficult to resolve, while at the same time, there is a decrease in political support and funding for their activities, increased political tensions in the host countries, increasing crime and illegal migration. I believe we all realize today that effective law enforcement is needed to ensure both receipt of humanitarian aid and coordinated support for efforts to achieve peace. Bulgaria is a partner to the 4 Geneva Conventions relating to international humanitarian law, as well as to the 3 additional protocols. This year we mark our 70 years since the conventions entered into force for our country. The first comprehensive review of their implementation shows that overall national legislation and national measures in line with the commitments, and they are in line with them. Dear colleagues, the ongoing war in Ukraine and the crisis in the Middle East remind us that humanitarian norms, the very foundation of our shared humanity, must never be taken for granted. Bulgaria has covered all international standards and, with minor exceptions, has ratified the international instruments in this area, and they have entered into force. As a responsible member of the European Union and the international community, Bulgaria has been consistent in its solidarity. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Bulgaria has accepted over 160,000 Ukrainian citizens, providing them with shelter, education, and health care. Our government works closely with local communities, non-governmental organizations, and international partners to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those affected both within and outside the country. In addition, Bulgaria actively contributes to the European Union and the United Nations humanitarian initiatives, supports civil protection missions, and offers expertise in disaster response and refugee integration. We believe that solidarity is not a matter of generosity, but responsibility. Let Geneva's example remind us that humanitarian action is not just about providing aid. It is about protecting the moral fabric that binds us together as nations and as human beings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The next one speaker is Madame Byrne from Ireland, followed by Burundi.
Madam President and Executive, fellow parliamentarians, Ireland is fully committed to the effective application and further development of international humanitarian law. During our term as an elected member of the UN Security Council from 2021 to 2022, Ireland consistently called to the Council for compliance with international humanitarian law and accountability for international humanitarian law violations. Perhaps given our own history, Ireland takes a particularly strong position in relation to food insecurity. Our position is that while we will provide emergency help in response to food crisis, we believe the main focus must be on preventing such crises in the first place. Today's food crises are the result of interconnected factors. Conflict, instability, and climate change drive hunger in many parts of the world. Combating hunger and undernutrition has been a cornerstone of Ireland's development programme since its inception. Through Irish Aid, we work with a range of development and humanitarian partners. Our embassy teams around the world implement a range of food, agriculture, and nutritional programmes and partnerships. We work with partners in crisis situations, but also on longer-term chronic hunger, which affects around 735 million of the world's poorest people. The world produces enough food to feed everyone, yet 1 in 8 people do not have enough food to live healthy lives. Not having access to sufficient food traps people in a lifelong poverty spiral and reduces resistance to various diseases. Ireland believes in tackling this problem at source. We have scaled up our support to a wide range of nutrition interventions across both development and emergency responses. This work has a particular focus on the prevention and treatment of children being undernourished. More specifically, in relation to the horrific situation in Gaza, Ireland has pledged additional funding of €2 million to support the World Food Programme to deliver food to people in Gaza. Announcing this funding in July, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade, Simon Harris, said, "Deliberately denying food to people, including babies in Gaza, is beyond comprehension. Children are starving in what is a catastrophic situation on the ground. While the ceasefire is to be welcomed, and we are very glad to see aid finally being delivered to Gaza, what happened in the first place is a stain on humanity. People being deliberately denied food and the risk of famine should not be used against civilians as a tactic of war, and this must stop. Ireland calls on other nations to work together to reduce food insecurity globally and ensure the end of needless suffering, and we call on all nations to support the work of the World Food Programme as the best placed system to deliver food to the people of Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Ngenda Ngunia from Burundi, followed by Turkmenistan.
Excellence, Honorable
Your Excellency, distinguished speakers of Parliament, President and Vice President of the Assembly and the IPU, Honourable parliamentarians, at the outset, allow me to thank God who has brought us here to this beautiful city of Geneva, where we're holding this 151st IPU Assembly. And allow me to extend greetings on behalf of the Speaker of the Burundian Parliament, who unfortunately has been unable to come for reasons outside her control. Over the last few years, Burundi has faced numerous crises, including armed conflict, natural disasters, and internal displacement, and the massive arrival of refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and indeed climate change. And we have lived up to our commitment to protect humanitarian norms and support humanitarian action in times of crises. To face these different types of crises, Burundi cooperates with national and international partners to try to protect vulnerable people and guarantee access to relief in impartial conditions. Responding to various types of crises, including pandemics, natural disasters, refugee crises, and the flooding of 2023 to 2024. We welcomed displaced populations along with UNICEF and the World Food Programme. As well as the refugee crisis, we have a voluntary return and reintegration of repatriated Burundians with the support of UNHCR, and we've welcomed refugees from the DRC. We are also trying to fight epidemics. We've supported immunization campaigns with the support of WHO and MSF. Burundi takes its diplomatic commitments very seriously, and we participate in regional initiatives for crisis management within the framework of the African Union, and we support humanitarian principles such as neutrality, impartiality, and independence. We are engaged in peacekeeping missions in Somalia, DRC, and elsewhere. And as for our parliament, we are fulfilling our constitutional role, providing humanitarian assistance in 5 ways. Firstly, oversight of government assistance. We demand reports from the government on the management of humanitarian crises, and we engage in hearings with ministers and government officials to see how they are fulfilling their role. You also need to have oversight of local government, and we've made sure that international aid and emergency funds are used correctly. We also have adopted new management rules. We've also supported with logistics and finances the most vulnerable groups in our societies by adopting the necessary budgetary lines for humanitarian relief, civilian protection, and Red Cross activity in Burundi. And we are going to ensure oversight of international commitments and also raise awareness among the civilian population and international partners as to the importance of these issues. We collaborate with humanitarian partners and fulfill our role. The IPU has chosen a very important theme at this moment in time because it's such an important issue in today's world where we see the principles of international humanitarian law challenged, and countries must show solidarity to support countries affected by crises. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bolaberdiev from Turkmenistan and followed by Latvia.
Thank you. Esteemed Chair, ladies and gentlemen, let me express my sincere gratitude for the high-level organization of the 151st Assembly of IPU and for the opportunity to address this distinguished gathering. Dear participants, as the initiative of Turkmenistan, the permanent neutrality status of our country was recognized 3 times by United Nations General Assembly in 1995, 2015, and most recently on March 21st, 2025, through historic resolution adopted with unanimous support of the UN member states. Moreover, 2025 was declared the International Year of Peace and Trust. This clearly demonstrates that Turkmenistan's peace-loving humanitarian policy and its initiatives aimed at strengthening cooperation with the world's nations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals are widely supported by the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, at today's meeting we are discussing vital issues of our time, the upholding of humanitarian norms and promotion of humanitarian action in times of crisis. In this regard, Turkmenistan is carrying out important work in this field. According to the Constitution of Turkmenistan, a human being is highest value of society and the state. Therefore, great efforts are being made to protect the rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests of people in the country, based on national legislation and international standards. As I noted earlier, Turkmenistan has maintained a policy of permanent neutrality since 1995, and this status remains a key component of its humanitarian policy grounded in the principles of humanity, solidarity, and respect for human rights. Turkmenistan has incorporated these principles into its legislation, including the law on international humanitarian assistance in extraordinary circumstances, the law on National Red Crescent Society of Turkmenistan, and national action plans on human rights, child protection, and gender equality. It is worth noting that Turkmenistan was the first country in the region to draft and adopt a law on refugees in 1997 and in 1998 acceded to the Convention on relating to the status of refugees and its protocol. By joining the key international instruments on the prevention and the reduction of statelessness, Turkmenistan has confirmed its firm commitment to international humanitarian obligation. Turkmenistan became the first country in Central Asia to accede the conventions of the status of stateless persons and on the reduction of statelessness, and today holds a leading position in addressing this issue. Extensive work has been undertaken to ensure the highest level of protection for refugees and stateless persons. Special attention is paid to eliminating statelessness and improving the national legal framework in this area. The National Action Plan to end statelessness in Turkmenistan for 2019-2024 has been fully implemented. In cooperation with the UNHCR and the other international organizations, the government of Turkmenistan has taken effective measures to protect the rights of refugees and stateless persons. More than 32,000 stateless residents have been granted Turkish citizenship, and over 5,000 foreign nationals and stateless persons have been received residence permits. These achievements clearly demonstrate our country's consistent implementation of UN conventions related to the status of refugees and stateless persons. The issuance of residence permits to 142 foreign citizens this year further confirms ongoing success of this noble humanitarian work under leadership of Honorable President of Turkmenistan. It should also be noted that Turkmenistan remains the first and only country in Central Asia to have been elected a permanent member of Executive Committee of UNHCR. The Gurbanguly Berdimuhammedov Charity Fund for Assistance to Children in Need of Guardianship provides support children affected by various events in neighboring and distant countries, actively cooperating with the UNICEF, UNFPA, and other international organizations. The fund plays a key role in Turkmenistan's international humanitarian cooperation by contributing to the implementation of large-scale and long-term UN programs. Taking this opportunity, I sincerely wish all colleagues good health, long life, and continued success in their important work, as well as peace and prosperity to all nations of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Volsky from Georgia, followed by Botswana.
Good evening, dear colleagues, excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Given the highly complex global security landscape marked by numerous conflicts, a sharp increase in conflict-related fatalities, and hence the humanitarian needs, the promotion of peace and international security stands as issues of highest importance and calls for unified responses and collective measures. Armed conflicts have devastating consequences, resulting in millions of affected families and the emergence of overwhelming flows of migrants, placing a heavy burden on states due to the challenges of caring for, managing, and resettling international displaced persons within the country. Georgia is one of the countries severely affected by conflicts and wars, having endured one war in early 1990s during the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the second war in August 2008 with Russia, which further aggravated the situation. As a result, Georgia has one of the highest per capita IDPs population in the world. Up to 300,000 IDPs are registered. It's about 95,000 families. For a small country, for a small nation, it's a significant figure. Government of Georgia spares no effort to promote humanitarian rights and fundamental freedoms for all our citizens, including for those who reside in occupied regions, despite of their ethnicity. Georgia's peace initiative, A Step to a Better Future, is a clear example of the process which continues to promote engagement, trust building, and socio-economic opportunities for the conflict-affected population. We maintain the effective operation of the state healthcare referral program, which provides free medical assistance treatment to around 1,500 people from occupied territories annually. Through the efforts of the current government from 2012, more than 30,000 IDP families were accommodated during last year. Besides durable housing, families are provided with monetary assistance for temporary housing, for access to livelihood sources and social assistance. We provided IDPs with small businesses, grants, supporting them with professional training, providing with specific equipment according with their skills, and with other requalification and training programs. Special appreciation should be expressed to the ICRC for its important role and assistance as a neutral mediator and humanitarian participant, opening on all sides of the dividing occupation lines in the process of implementation of the program on missing persons and support to their families. Unaccounted for as a consequence of the armed hostilities. Each identification marks not only a deeply emotional moment for the families, but also a shared achievement of the coordination mechanism as a whole. We believe that ICRC experience will be taken as a good example. Within available means, we expanded the helping hand to Ukrainian people. As of now, over 1,600 Ukrainian students have been welcomed into Georgia's educational system. Ukrainian language sectors we opened at schools. So the country's education, Georgia continues to provide assistance to around 28,000 Ukrainians now living in Georgia, and we have to take that into account. Amid these conditions, Georgia has succeeded in achieving and sustaining stable economic growth. However, these achievements risk losing their significance unless major powers undertake decisive steps to transform the global agenda from one dominated by conflict to one centered on peace and cooperation. God bless all peacemakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Utikere from New Zealand.
Tēnā koutou katoa, kia orana koutou katoa. It's a privilege to address you here today at the 151st IPU Assembly in Geneva as a member of the New Zealand Parliament. Times of crisis can be challenging, and New Zealand has a strong history of supporting humanitarian crises both in New Zealand and abroad. As a Pacific country, the Pacific region is incredibly important to our Parliament, and New Zealand regularly provides humanitarian assistance to our Pacific neighbours. A number of humanitarian crises have been suffered throughout our region in the last 5 years, during which New Zealand has demonstrated ability and willingness to provide valuable and timely support. When Tropical Cyclone Harold formed off the coast of the Solomon Islands in 2020, it capsized a ferry that killed 27 people, passed directly through the northern islands of Vanuatu, causing widespread damage, as well as flooding and wind damage in nearby surrounds. The Royal New Zealand Air Force was deployed to Vanuatu to survey damage, assist in medical evacuations, and transport humanitarian supplies alongside providing support to other countries as well. 2 years later, in 2022, a submarine volcano erupted north of the Tongan island of Tangatapu. This caused significant damage, with at least 4 deaths and multiple injuries. Immediately following the eruption, New Zealand provided humanitarian funding to Tonga. Aircraft were deployed to survey the impact of the disaster, and multiple Hercules helicopter and other vehicles carried relief supplies into Tonga. A Royal New Zealand Navy ship was deployed to the capital of Nuku'alofa, where it produced potable water using the ship's desalination equipment, and a team of hydrographers and divers surveyed shipping lanes and infrastructure for damage. The 2024 Vanuatu earthquake claimed lives, destroyed critical infrastructure, and displaced over 2,000 people. The magnitude 7.3 earthquake struck off the coast of Port Vila, causing significant damage and devastation. Again, New Zealand responded. The New Zealand Defence Force delivered aid supplies and equipment, as well as disaster relief staff, including personnel from a unit based in my own electorate of Palmerston North to Port Vila. But the support did not stop there. Communities from our South Pacific nation have increasingly become involved in providing humanitarian assistance to countries in need. What our communities achieved has not been only impressive, but fantastic, and their effort acts as a beacon for other communities around the world. Some could only give something small, some could only give things when pulled together across donations and other opportunities. But in circumstances and in the time of need, every contribution means so much to the recipients and countries that are devastated by significant and increasing weather events and natural disasters. As a parliament, we strongly, and as a parliamentarian, I strongly urge other parts of the world to look to where they can make a humanitarian difference or an impact. What communities in Aotearoa, New Zealand have repeatedly demonstrated is that often you don't need to look too far to find that individuals and organisations are willing and able to provide valuable assistance and aid in recovery. Support can often be found in your very own backyard. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora ana koutou, katoto.
Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is Madame Lacrafi, Parliamentary Assembly of la Francophonie.
Madam President, Madam President of the IPU, Speakers of Parliament, fellow parliamentarians, it is an honor for me to speak to you on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of Francophonie in this gathering of world parliamentarians. Our debate is dealing with a shared imperative, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. This is a matter of great urgency, and it means that we have to look at the world as it is, a world of pain, but also of hope. Our assembly has always opted for dialogue and diplomacy. It's a matter of doing things quietly and not in a spectacular fashion, but getting things accomplished slowly but surely in a situation where suspicion closes hearts. And where better to discuss all this than Geneva, which is the capital of IHL. Here we are reminding ourselves that we are not to be in any way distracted by color, language, or religion. And we have Haiti, for instance, facing a very serious crisis, or the Great Lakes region where the DRC and Rwanda are in a crisis which is continuing to cause problems that are not being discussed. No problem can allow for rights being denied, which leads me to the tragedy of Gaza, but also Sudan, Lebanon, the Sahel, and elsewhere. However, civilians absolutely everywhere in the world, civilians are losing their lives, and they are thereby paying the price of their lives in a war where they have no stake whatsoever. And there is a need for justice in IHL because they are mutually dependent and we need them both. Our association is relieved at the agreements recently reached under the auspices of Egypt, the United States, Qatar, and Turkey, who work together to ensure that there is a lasting ceasefire. And we would like to confirm that we will support any peace initiative, wherever it might come from, should that allow for a renewal of hope. We also support the agreements between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which is opening up a normalization of relations. This can remind us that even after years of conflict, dialogue is possible, because what you have to do with a conflict is to work slowly, step by step, institution by institution, towards peace. Haiti, the Great Lakes, Gaza, Sudan, Lebanon, or the Sahel all say the same thing to us. There is no stability without democratic legitimacy, and there is no peace without respect for humanitarian law. And these are just examples, sadly. The Parliamentary Assembly of Francophonie makes every effort on a daily basis to support diplomacy. We try to strengthen parliaments that have been made fragile, and ensure that we have public institutions built on solidarity and justice. And this is what we will do in Madagascar if we are asked to act. Respect for humanitarian norms is a matter of our shared humanity. We must remember that humanitarian rights are not a luxury of peacetime, but a right in wartime. And what we are doing is ensuring that we meet our basic commitment as parliamentarians. We have to protect life wherever it is threatened. Every crisis has a human quality to share. And here we are gathered in Geneva to remind the world that we can still have politics as the language of peace, and that peace begins with one word, and that word is respect. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madame Bühler-Niksch from Liechtenstein.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure, a great honor to speak on behalf of the Parliament of Liechtenstein. We gather here united by a common duty to defend humanitarian norms and to protect human dignity, precisely at a time when both are under increasing threat. As a small country without an army, Liechtenstein knows how vital international law is for peace and security. Our sovereignty rests not on military power, but on the force of law. That is why we firmly uphold the central role of the United Nations as the guardian of the multilateral order. Yet, as the wars in Ukraine, Sudan, and Gaza continue, we must restore confidence in the UN's capacity to act as a true organization for peace. Parliaments have a unique responsibility to mobilize political will and demand leadership. The universal ratification of the Geneva Convention remains a milestone of civilization. Still, we witness their blatant violation every day through attacks on civilians, misuse of civilian infrastructure, and gender-based violence. Such violations must never become normalized. Accountability is therefore essential. It delivers justice to victims and helps prevent future atrocities. Liechtenstein consistently advocates for strong and independent international courts. The International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court must be protected from political interference and sanctions. We are also facing new challenges. The use of artificial intelligence in warfare risks undermining the very basis of humanitarian law. When algorithms decide over life and death, humanity itself is at stake. We urgently need clear international rules governing the military use of new technologies. We are living through a crisis of multilateralism. Rising nationalism and geopolitical rivalries have weakened our collective response to suffering. Around the world, humanitarian budgets are shrinking while needs are growing. Liechtenstein chooses a different path. In 2024, we increased our official development assistance to nearly 40 million Swiss francs, an increase of about 10%. These funds support projects in crisis regions such as Afghanistan, Syria, Sudan, Yemen, and Ukraine. We also contribute more than 1 million francs annually to the International Committee of the Red Cross, a testament to our long-standing and reliable solidarity. Today, more than 310 million people require humanitarian assistance, and over 120 million are forcibly displaced. Women and girls are disproportionately affected, representing 60% of those facing food insecurity. Our responses must therefore prioritize their specific needs. Humanitarian policy must be seen in a broader context, one that connects the rule of law, development, climate action, and gender equality. Liechtenstein stands firmly for dialogue and peaceful solutions. In Ukraine, Liechtenstein has approved a multi-year reconstruction commitment focusing on humanitarian demanding, rebuilding education, and promoting the rule of law. I come to the conclusion: Liechtenstein may be small, but our message is clear. Humanity, the rule of law, and solidarity are not negotiable. Parliaments worldwide must act as defenders of these principles by ensuring accountability, demonstrating leadership, and strengthening cooperation. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that humanity remains not the weakest, but the strongest force in world politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Ortiz Dilone from Dominican Republic.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, parliamentarians and participants in this significant meeting and assembly of the IPU. We are here gathered as parliamentarians from throughout the world. I would like at the outset to restate how committed the Dominican Republic is to multilateral efforts made to ensure that IHL is respected and applied. This is particularly important given the crises and conflicts that are underway. We must all be staunch defenders of multilateralism, peace, and human dignity. IHL and the norms that protect those who are not involved in conflicts and which serve to limit the means of war available are absolutely vital to us. But the respect for these norms does not depend just on laws and courts. This is a matter of parliamentary responsibility as well, because we need to ensure that international commitments are reflected in laws and budgets. And that is why parliaments have an essential role to play when it comes to strengthening the implementation of IHL by acting multilaterally. There are various things that parliaments can do. First of all, we can review our legislation. This will ensure that serious violations are sanctions according to international norms. We can have a parliamentary convention on IHL and humanitarian rights, which works with international organizations, which ensures that we meet our obligations. We must also do what we can to ensure that parliaments work with the ICRC and the United Nations system in order to ensure that countries can deal with humanitarian crises. We must also ratify international instruments, and we must ensure that resources are made available in order to strengthen our participation in multilateral efforts and humanitarian cooperation missions. This will show our commitment to IHL. Doing what we need to do is not just a matter of meeting commitments, it's a matter of ethics. It's a matter of ensuring that we as the Dominican Republic, show the world how we want to be seen. We believe in dialogue, solidarity, and respect for international law. We at this meeting are in a position to debate these issues and ensure that international commitments lead to concrete actions. And this will give us the opportunity to show that we will always have law prevailing over might. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. This was the last speaker. Now we have 3 requests for rights of reply from Rwanda, from India, and from Algeria. So now you have 2 minutes and you have speak from your seat. First, Rwanda, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, the Parliament of Rwanda takes the floor to set the record straight and not allow this assembly to be distracted from the real drivers of the crisis in the Eastern DRC, as mentioned by the President of the Senate of the DRC in his statement this afternoon. Firstly, the conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo is an inter-Congolese conflict. Second, the primary duty bearer for protecting civilians in the DRC is the DRC government itself. Blaming neighbors is a diversion for this responsibility. Third, over 260 armed groups operate actively in the DRC. Among them, there is the DRC-backed FDLR, a genocidal armed group which is given safe haven in the DRC. This armed group was created by the remnant responsible for killing more than 1 million innocent people during the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda in 1994, and continues to pose an existential threat to Rwanda. Fourth, the principle of territorial integrity is paramount. It matters for all, including Rwanda and the DRC equally. Lastly, Rwanda remains committed to the ongoing peace processes, including the Washington Peace Agreement signed on June 27, 2025, which are aimed at bringing lasting peace to the DRC and to the Great Lakes region. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, India, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I exercise my right of reply with regard to the statement made by Mr. Sadiq Sardar Ayaz, Speaker of the National Assembly of Pakistan, in this 151st Assembly of the IPU. We deplore the attempt by Pakistan to politicize this forum and to bring in unwarranted references to issues which do not fall within the purview of this assembly. Quite habitually, Pakistan attempts to indulge in propaganda and makes baseless allegations against India. The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has been, is, and shall always remain an integral and inalienable part of India. No amount of rhetoric and propaganda from any country can override the fact that accession of Jammu and Kashmir to India was completely legal and irrevocable. Pakistan has no locus standi to comment on India's internal matters. In fact, it is Pakistan which is an illegal and forcible occupation of India's territories that it should vacate. Peace and development in Jammu and Kashmir is anathema to Pakistan, and it is trying to sabotage this by use of cross-border terrorism to destabilize the region. As regards the Indus Water Treaty of 1960, I am to state that it is an undeniable fact that there have been fundamental changes in the circumstances since the Indus Water Treaty was executed. These include technological advancements, demographic changes, climate change, need for clean energy drive, and threat of persistent cross-border terrorism. The treaty in its preamble says that it is concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. The obligation to honor a treaty in good faith is fundamental to a treaty. The unrelenting cross-border terrorism from Pakistan interferes with our ability to utilize the treaty as per its provisions. Hence, it has been kept in abeyance by India. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one, Algeria, you have the floor, and I remind you 2 minutes.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and in behalf of, in the name of God, my country wishes to contest the lies that were perpetrated by the delegation of Morocco relating to the Sahara and the war that was declared on the Ghaddouf part in Algeria. Why do we see Sahrawi refugees in Algeria? Isn't it strange that a country that colonized a whole territory within the framework of the Fourth Committee on Decolonization of the United Nations, more than 174,000 square kilometers, according to the UNHCR, how can they make unjustified claims about the country that welcomes those refugees and has done so for more than 50 years? This is simply unacceptable on the part of Morocco, and that doesn't help the situation of the refugees. It doesn't help support them. And why put pressure on humanitarian agencies that are trying to deliver aid to those refugees? Morocco has no political or legal or authority or legitimacy to talk about the situation of the Sahrawi people, because Morocco is responsible for this tragedy. Instead of blaming the country that welcomes those refugees, they should face up to that reality. And I wish to remind you that Sahrawi refugee camps continue to remain open to all international organizations and international NGOs, and assistance is delivered to these displaced groups. And that aid is under the control of international agencies. So we simply cannot accept these lies and the negative policies of the government of Morocco, in spite of the recommendations of the UN and the UN Human Rights Committee. Even the political circles closest to the political circles of Morocco. Thank you. Thank you.
I remind about this 2-minute limit, and the next request, the fourth request, is from Morocco, and it is the last one, and you have 2 minutes.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. نمارس حق الرد.
Thank you, Madam President. And I wish to contest the lies that have been spread by the delegation of Algeria. The Sahara is Moroccan and will continue to be so. What we have seen over the past 50 years in Tindouf, which is Algerian territory, is terrorist armed groups trained by Algerian forces to try to seek to destabilize Morocco. And the speaker from Algeria comes from that region, and elections have taken place in Morocco among Saharans in a very democratic way. Sahrawis live in their territory, if you compare Al Ayoun to the other cities of that country, you will see the reality. The Kingdom of Morocco has chosen international legality and has given the right to self-determination to these people under the sovereignty of Morocco, which is the solution of this conflict. An initiative backed by all of the democratic forces. Morocco has held out a hand of peace to Algerian authorities to try to reach a solution, but the weapons that continue to be provided to try to destabilize Morocco are the responsibility of Algeria, and everyone will see that Algeria is supporting terrorism in that way, which is very damaging, of course, to anyone in Morocco. And they come and accuse us of backing terrorism. They should remember that we have rejected that speech and rejected that approach. Thank you.
Dear participants, in the beginning of this assembly, we reminded the rules about the speeches, so I ask you for hearing, just hearing. Thank you very much. Before we conclude for today, I call on Mr. Law, member of the National Council of Switzerland, who would like to address this assembly. Mr. Lord, you have the floor.
Dear Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It's a real honor to speak to you tonight here in Geneva before opening the traditional Swiss reception. Firstly, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers on this reception, the Swiss Federal Assembly, the Federal Council, the Council of the State of the Republic and Canton of Geneva, as well as the Administrative Council of the City of Geneva. Thank you also to the IPU for bringing us all together again. Geneva, you know it, Geneva is a place of peace and dialogue. This IPU assembly is very important. Around the world, many people are suffering. Armed conflicts, climate change, and disasters continue to harm the most vulnerable people. Women, children, and displaced persons often suffer the most. We, as parliamentarians, must act. We must protect humanitarian values. We must support those who bring help in times of crisis. In Switzerland, we strongly believe in multilateralism. We believe in working together across borders with respect and trust. Together we can do more to protect human rights and human dignity. Let us use these days here in Geneva to share ideas, build partnerships, and renew our commitment to international law and humanitarian action, to peace, to cooperation, and to our shared values of IPU. I now declare the Swiss reception open.
Thank you very much, Mr. Law. And so we finished the first day of the General Assembly. We finished general debate, and we start tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I wish you pleasant evening and nice reception.